Welcome to another St. Pete by Night production. The following is rated for mature audiences and may contain graphic themes that will be distressing to some viewers. As always, we recommend you ensure the safety and well-being of yourself and those around you at all times. Viewer discretion is advised.
In the heart of night, we rise from shadows, howling at the moon, igniting our battles, cleansing Gaia of an endless fight, until our final days we will fight. Thanks, man, we stand united as one. Evil spirits lurking with horror and dread. Little light leads us where the grave dare tread. Glory and honor, wisdom in our hand. Together we rise, take our final stand. Everywhere we run, the wind is at our back. All the warring forces we will track. From the depths of the ocean to the clouds in the sky, vampires tremble as we learn to fight. Rage across Tampa, in this fight we'll stay. Evil spirits lurking with horror and dread. Little light leads us where the grave dare tread. Glory and honor, wisdom in our hand. Together we rise, take our final stand. Rage across Tampa, in this fight we'll stay. Everywhere with the pack, let the night be our guide. In battles of honor, we shall never hide. Rock will never hide.
Good evening and welcome to the St. Pete by Night Entertainment Network. St. Petersburg by Night is an online World of Darkness role-playing community originated in St. Petersburg, Florida, but now spreading to the world at large. My name is Kent, also known as Mishikent on all social media, and I will be your storyteller tonight. And it's Tuesday night, and you know what that means. It's time for Rage Across Tampa, our Werewolf the Apocalypse 5th edition chronicle set in the city of Tampa Bay, Florida, where the Sept of the Evening Star attempts to combat the forces of the worm, both physical and spiritual, but they've been kind of two separate groups as of late, and only one of those is in the Tampa area. The other is in southern Vermont, but you know what? We still call it Rage Across Tampa for the time being because that's where most of the action happens. Anyway, before we get to all of that, I want to encourage all of you to go follow St. Pete by Night on all of that social media you see listed down below and join our community by following that Discord link where you could join more than 100 other World of Darkness fans, denizens, and talk about the things you like, not just World of Darkness related, you know, video games and all that kind of stuff too, but join our community by following that Discord link. And if you really want to support what we have going on here as a whole, you should go sign up for that Ko-fi, where for as low as $5 a month, you get access to all kinds of behind-the-scenes featurettes, including the Rosebud Thorns for all of our programs, sneak peeks of artwork, and all the kind of exciting things we have coming up, plus much, much more. If you go to the Ko-fi and you sign up, it really supports this channel, this program, and this community, and we are so appreciative of it. But let's get to the matter at hand, which is Rage Across Tampa, by introducing the amazing players that make this story possible. Players, go ahead and introduce yourselves, if you please.
Hi, everybody. I'm Champ, Champagne, a sexy baby hula hooping and a baby Bjorn, whatever you want to call me. And I will be playing Aspen Wise, Philodox of the Silverfangs.
Hello, my name is Nori, who is much aggrieved to always go behind Champ. I will be playing Jester Silvertongue, the Galliard of the Black Furies.
I also don't like having to follow these things. Normally, I can just kind of let those things by. I don't even know what to say about that. Hi, I'm Preston, the really confused Bonar Theurge that is Jason Thorne.
Howdy do, how are all of you? I was a bit stunlocked that I forget what happened in the rest of that Game Changer episode. So I'm just going to say, my name's Nick. I'll be playing Izzie, aka Entwined Smiles with Claws, the Alrune child of Gaia.
Okay, you know, it took me a minute to like connect the dots on that. I was like, what is that reference from? And then it, you know, the picture came into my head and I was like, oh, that's right, that happened. My brain is still trying to comprehend it even now, weeks later. Anyway, let's get everybody caught up as to where we are now. Last week, we saw Jester receive a visit from Charles and Iron Oath, where Iron Oath actually apologized for what happened on the training field unexpectedly, saying his loyalty was to Charles and that it was out of place for him to have taken such aggressive actions in that moment. It allowed Jester a little bit of an insight into who Victor Iron Oath Volkov is and what his personal motivations are, as whereas where his loyalties truly lie, which is something that comes into question constantly in Vermont, with separate factions all seemingly having their own ambitions and motivations. After that, we saw Jason and Izzie return to the scene of the crime at the St. Pete Defense Arts Academy, where they saw the destruction firsthand. Even though it had been cleaned up and some progress had been made, Jason was able to get a little bit more insight into what was happening there as he found a Gurahl glyph of rage on the outside of the building. Now, it seems like this was a little bit messily made, so it's not as precise as often glyphs are, and it was made with spray paint, which is also not usually how they're made. So it did lead to a lot of questions as to how they learned of this glyph. They were able to connect some dots to find out that the Mongolian Raiders, the rival biker club of the Howlers, possibly had some insight into Gurahl culture, having one time been under the leadership of Ryder, who had possibly instructed them in some of this symbology in the past. So it is starting to make some questions rise as to what involvement the Raiders have with this particular turn of events, these riots that seem to be breaking out in the city, and what is their goal with all of it. After that, we saw Aspen meet with Anastasia Volkova, Iron Oath's wife and Katerina's mother, the Right Master of the North Country Protectorate. And needless to say, it was what it was. It was a very kind of formal, somewhat chilly, very political interaction between the two of them. But Aspen got some answers as to where Anastasia's loyalties lie, and it was made very apparent to her just how dangerous the Silver Fang Theurge could be. After the break, we saw Jason meet with Stakes, where Stakes, in a Stakes way, apologized for going against orders and explained more about what her personal motivations were and her previous checkered history with the cult of Fenris was, and even that she should remove herself from further investigations until an attack is to take place. Jason, of course, took his own brand of leadership, doing a little bit more of a grounded approach with Stakes, which was surely appreciated. And the two of them got to know each other a little bit better and bond a little bit better over this, but ensure that Jason's leadership wasn't completely questioned by her actions. And then after that, we saw Izzie return to Grandma Eliza to receive a little bit of TLC and a little bit of nurturing, but also got some insight into Eliza and some of what Eliza's been struggling with the presence of the cult of Fenris. And then finally, Aspen and Jester received a rare opportunity as Elias snuck them out of the estate in the middle of the night to meet with Mari Albrecht, whose name isn't quite Mari, it's Samira, but because the king has dubbed her Mari, that is what she's been going by ever since. And as the supposed queen consort adopted by the king, her future as leader of the sept of the nation is kind of in question. Of course, Jester and Aspen attempted to convince Mari not to take the throne and to assure her that she was very much in danger. But this led to a very interesting turn as the previously scared Mari became very defensive and even said, hopefully we won't have to sort this out on the battlefield someday. And that is how the interaction was left. So as we get to our story this week, we return to Tampa as Isidoro heads to the biker club of the Howlers to have a conversation with his fellow septmate, Larry. Isidoro, you were given an important task. Actually, you divided the task amongst you and Jason, kind of try and find out a little bit more from the Howlers about their relationship with the Mongolian raiders and what involvement the raiders might have in the current activities that are going on. Maybe a little bit of context, a little bit of history that you can't get otherwise. So as you arrive at the biker club, it is a long kind of rectangular concrete building that is painted completely black. All of the windows are shuttered or covered up by plywood that is also painted this black. And at the corner of the building is a heavy iron door, honestly, or a reinforced iron door that leads into the club itself. When you do arrive and you enter in, the blaring noise, the almost cacophonous noise of heavy metal music coming from the jukebox provides a nice veil over any conversations taking place. Now, as you've arrived in the early to mid afternoon, it is pretty sparsely populated. Maybe you see a couple of bikers over at the pool table and Larry working diligently behind the bar, cleaning, preparing for that evening's festivities and events that will most likely unfold. Now, as a reminder to our viewers, Larry is a young man in his very early 20s with tannish skin, very dark black hair that almost kind of goes just below his ears, almost to his shoulders. He's got a very kind of babyish face despite everything he's been through, despite being raised in biker culture and now being initiated into Guru culture. There is still this beautiful innocence about him in his very nature. Like he looks like he's too young to possibly be here. Now, in a surprising turn of events, he no longer is wearing the prospect vest and is in fact a full member of the Howlers now, which for those who watch at home know that that is a change in his status as of late. But Izzy, as you're walking into this encounter, what's going through your mind? This is not your typical scene at all. It is very much departure from what you're used to, but in a way, you can also still see the similarities between it and Guru culture in the bond that bikers tend to have. But what is going through your mind walking into this scenario?
As Izzy, maybe skirts around a couple of the outside rows of motorcycles and presses through the iron door, getting barraged by the music, he takes a hefty amount of air as he tries to put on his best, not too happy, but still, I feel at peace here, smile. And with the sort of aroma of maybe smoke or alcohol, he is immediately lobbed back to his days under Charles in the Piercing Moonrise pack, going to these sort of like seedy, nowhere dive bars at the edges of town, trying to gather info or really like dive into whatever seedy underbelly might usually reside in these places. But as he maybe inches by a pool table, he realizes that the seedy underbelly is that of the Gurahl, and so he feels a bit more comfortable as he slides into one of the chairs, scratching at his neck a bit to activate Brother Scent, just to make it as easy as possible, because he does not dress the part.
You do get a
And
few
with-
curious glances from some of the other bikers nearby, but as soon as Larry kind of greets you and gestures you over to the bar, they go back about their business, completely comfortable with the knowledge that you're here or welcomed here or invited here. Anyway, continue.
No, as soon as he gets the okay from Larry, he'll slide into a seat, and then rather than get out and move to another seat, he'll just go from seat to seat to seat as if he's sliding down a bench before stopping maybe like one bar stool over from where Larry has parked, and he'll, over the bass of the music, go, "So you come here often?"
Larry lets off a soft chuckle and grabs one of those little cocktail napkins and places it in front of you. Yeah, you could say that. What can I get you to drink?
Water, please.
Water.
Long journey.
Got it. He heads over to a small refrigerator down below the bar and pulls out a bottled water for you and sets it in front of you. You want a glass? You want ice or anything?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hook me up. Treat me like I'm one of the bikers.
Well, I can tell you for absolutely certain they would not be drinking water. But we'll do the best we can. And he gets a small little whiskey glass and puts several ice cubes in it before setting it on the napkin next to the water bottle. He then grabs a rag and in very stereotypical bartender manner starts wiping it down as he looks to you and says, "What's on your mind, Izzy?"
Well, I was hoping to actually get what's on your mind. However, I'm in your space, so I will oblige by going first. I'm doing okay for the most part. Better than recently, though there's still a lot of issues. And with that, he'll, even though the music is sort of drowning out a lot, he will still do a look left, look right to make sure that, unwarranted ears aren't tuning in before he leans forward and continues in as best as he can to just sort of like thread the needle between audible but suppressed by the music. A lot of the stuff with the cult is getting pretty hectic, although there seems to be a lull, or at the very least an opportunity to look elsewhere. And I don't know if you heard, I definitely made the rounds, but one of the places I frequent was defaced, attacked, broken into, and at first I didn't know why or who did it, but Jason managed to make it out with me, and we discovered a number of Garu glyphs. Now, I know you're new to the game, but the glyphs in question are those of rage, of anger, and they seem to have some degree of connection with the Umbra, meaning that it affects even those not like us with prolonged exposure.
Okay.
And we were able to maybe come up with a couple of ideas on who did this, because we saw biker trails, motorcycle treads. And it came to our attention, doing a little bit of digging, that the Howlers, and with that he'll look around, weren't exactly always the way they are now.
Yeah. Boy, it feels like ancient history, but it really wasn't that long ago. We used to be a collective, a bigger group, actually a national chapter known as the Mongolian Raiders once upon a time. And then when everything started kicking up and the Guru in the area started getting involved, meeting with Ryder, and then after Ryder passed, still keeping ties with the club, a decision was made to rebrand, change our motivations and goals to try and help the Guru, the Sept, as best as possible without fully acknowledging the whole lot of it. And so we rebranded as the Howlers. Well, needless to say, at the big chapter meeting, there were quite a few members of the original club that didn't take too kindly to it and wanted to keep doing business the way business had previously done. And they actually even wanted to get into dealing drugs. And that wasn't what we had been interested in. We weren't looking to go in that direction. I mean, we do arms dealing, but we usually do it responsibly. I mean, you know, we don't have kids coming in here getting guns or anything like that, but you know, it's still a business, and there's still a lot of individuals who benefit from what we have to offer. We still do the charity stuff as well, but you got to make a living, I guess, so to speak, and to keep the chapter open, we've had to double down on some of those efforts, but like I said, as responsibly as possible. These glyphs, do you remember what it looked like?
He will dip his finger into his glass and let the droplets fall onto the table, and with the water he will make as best of an impression as he can, and he'll start with the actual glyph as he knows it before dipping it again and going to the side and going, and for whatever reason, the glyphs we found were kind of shitty, or at least not as clean as they normally would be. And with that, he'll draw his best impression of what they looked like.
Larry studies the drawing as you make it, and then after a moment nods his head. What do you know about the concept of woad? Does that sound familiar to you?
To me, the player, but I don't know if Izzie is that
you could
dictionary-minded.
Yeah, you could roll me an intelligence and academics if you wanted to try to see it, but it is a pretty obscure reference.
I assume Rage is at 1, 2?
1, yeah.
1 success.
I would say that's probably beyond the scope, but I think maybe you've heard the term in connection with like war paint or something like that, as you've, you know, studied combat and conflict ever since becoming a guru, and that's become more of a thing. Yeah, you've probably heard the term in passing, but couldn't like cite its origins or anything like that.
Izzie will squint, crack a smile, and go, is that like a Weast situation with woad?
So, in some Scottish and UK history, woad was a type of war paint, but more than. It was more than that. It was symbology, it was representation, and even at times it could be emboldening in a way that kind of supersedes war paint. So back when Ryder was in charge, he definitely, in a way of kind of firing up members of the club for particular missions, or, well, let's just call a spade, terrorism, he would use this concept of woad and war paint to, I don't know, fire up the boys and get them really excited for what we were about to do. And the only reason I bring this up is because I recognize that symbol from some of the old days of preparation. In fact, I think at least one of the boys at once upon a time had a tattoo of it.
Izzie will think really hard on what that might mean as far as this this traditionalist element of the biker gang, and go, Larry, obviously you're sort of the expert here, and I thank you for the time, but would you happen to know if Ryder kept the veil during all this?
I mean, with the knowledge that I have now, I could see what he was doing, but at the time, we just all thought it was his way of uniting us or engaging us. I don't think we would have had any idea of the connection. Only the select few leaders, Bruce, for example, who's a Ghislaine, I've come to learn what that is, really had the inner circle knowledge as to Ryder's true form and origins. He did a really, I guess, good job of making sure to be out of sight, out of mind when he would do his guru business, or take any kind of extra forms. But from what Aspen's been teaching me, and from what I understand, Ryder had been suffering from hoglosk for quite some time, and was likely not as careful as he could have been. But I wouldn't say he completely wrecked the veil or anything like that. He's still, we didn't believe werewolves exist. We didn't have any knowledge of that. We just knew there was some fucked up stuff happening in the city, and we were working to prevent it and protect from it.
I see. So anytime he ever did anything, your opinion, most people assumed it was oh, this is the lucky hat trick we do before a mission, right?
Basically, yeah. It was true to the name of the club, being the Mongolian Raiders. He took on that kind of extra, I guess, and that's, I guess, where most people assumed it came from, or what the purpose was behind it, to strike fear into those that would dare cross us and that kind of stuff, but nothing directly obvious, or nothing. I mean, if you weren't in the know, you didn't know. I'll just put it that way. It just seemed like a cool, crazy thing that Ryder brought to the club, and for a while, I think some of us side-eyed it, but after a while, it just seemed like a cool thing to do, to kind of embrace that more, well, now in retrospect, feral side of things. I never had it done. I was too young. I wasn't brought on missions. I mean, I've been tending this bar since I was probably about 16 years old, but I could see now a change in them. And at first, I would have taken it to just be, adrenaline or something like that. But I feel like now, with the knowledge that I have, it was more than that. I've been obviously learning from Aspen and Eliza, and I learned of something called the Rite of Rage, which is apparently a ritual that just helps get Guru fired up for conflict. It helps them, build up the anger inside so that they aren't at risk of losing the wolf, or it's a way of potentially regaining it. And I think it's possible it may have been altered to affect humans as well.
Izzy will think really, really hard. He obviously has some gifts that relate to that sort of stuff, like affecting fellow Garu, but would he, in his wildest dreams, have heard of those kinds of gifts used positively on humans? Because he knows that there are gifts that are designed to cow people or make them run away, but not elevate them.
There's also rites that will erase any evidence or record of Guru that may have been found.
Yeah.
But as far as positively, I would say maybe for Ghislaine. Because Ghislaine can participate in rites. Usually they can contribute to rites. So back when Ghislaine were more commonly known as kinfolk, and were more heavily involved in Guru activity, yes, it would have been used positively to help them defend septs or assist on assaults and stuff like that. It would help get them, it would basically get their adrenaline pumping and get them more sharp But it's that's kind of an outdated tradition. It's not something that's been used within your lifetime, but I'm sure you've heard stories about it, about the older tribes using those kind of rites before.
Izzy will chew that in the back of his brain. However, the big thorn is that even with that in mind, that it's used specifically in its widest net to include Ghislaine, that does not explain an entire biker gang's worth of people being apparently affected by this, especially with the knowledge of who might be performing these attacks, as he really scratches at the edge of his hairline and looks over to Larry. Hey, so obviously you were young, and as is the case, you know, hindsight is 20/20. But did you know anyone else in the larger Mongolian Raider group that might have been in the same club that you saw Ryder?
Do I think there was another guru in the Mongolian Raiders?
Or at the very least, maybe someone who's in the know, because as much as we make a big deal about no-nos on people knowing about Garou, even outside of Ghislaine, I mean, you got people who think werewolves go bump in the night and deserve to get knocked, and I've seen stranger alliances.
Well, I've heard stories from Jester and Aspen both about their early days with Ryder and encountering the club and the like. And now, again, with more context, I've been able to put together that Ryder was a kinseeker. He was constantly on the lookout for new Garou because he was trying to get reinforcements for his battle. His war raged against the leeches of the area. His, well, let's call a spade, his acts of revenge against the leeches for what had happened. So I didn't know of anyone that was potentially a Garou, but that doesn't mean there couldn't have been. And it's even more possible that maybe one of them hadn't experienced their change yet by the time he died. And so they weren't even fully aware of what they were. Now, that doesn't mean they haven't since or haven't, you know, put some pieces together, but I didn't know of any. He was the only one in hindsight that I could say for sure was a Garou.
So among Ryder's closest confidants in the Mongolian Raiders, would it be correct to say that Bruce was among them?
Absolutely. Bruce was the second.
Was there anyone else high up that maybe left the biker club since then?
I mean, yeah. There was Razor. He was
Razor.
Yeah, he was one of the more he was one of his trusted, more aggressive members, to say the least. He was also one of the ones who was very unhappy about the change in direction and felt like we had become passive and weren't really honoring Ryder's memory or anything like that. He went with them. I mean, that's simply put. But do I think he knew anything? No, I think he was just a munitions expert. He was good with explosives. He had an ability to well, he had an ability to effectively remove something if it needed removal.
I catch what you're putting down.
Yeah.
Would you say he would have been the highest rank among the people who ended up leaving?
Probably one of the highest, yeah. I mean, the club has or did have a crazy hierarchy. Beyond president, vice president, treasurer, all of that. Like, we had a lot of officers and a lot of different positions and stations. And so, yeah, I'd say he was up there for sure. We also had visiting chapters, members from other chapters that would visit on a pretty regular basis. This is a nationwide organization. So our connections ran deep back in those days, even out to California. So,
and they were all Mongolian raiders. This was like okay.
Yeah, all the same chapter, all the same club name, just different chapters all throughout the country.
Larry, you wouldn't happen to have a roster of former membership, would you?
Oh, yeah, but it's going to be outdated at this point, like pretty significantly.
Hey, outdated is exactly what I'm looking for, because I'm not to say I don't appreciate the company here, but at least as far as my current hunt, I'm looking specifically for former members.
Well, I'm not the secretary or treasurer or anything like that, but I will pass along word to Bruce to get you guys a copy of it. I'm sure he'd be happy to dig into the archives and see what he can find. I don't have one like on me. I'd have to go through.
Well, you don't keep it with the liqueur and the lemon wedges?
You'd think so, but no, I don't have anything like that right here. But I can definitely let him know that you're interested in looking for one, and I know he's got a meeting with Jason at some point, so I can make sure that he gives that or has that ready for Jason.
That would be a great boon to the both of us. Just to let you into our insight right now, we're both basically employing our own plans of attack. We decided to split up. I got you, Larry, and we're just trying to figure out what the nature of this schism is, because it is shaping up to be something a bit more than just irate humans upset that they can't sell drugs.
So you think that maybe they're responsible for all this craziness that's been going on lately? I mean, it's been getting noticeably worse. We had a time of quiet for a while. I mean, before I knew about all this Gurahl stuff, even I knew that something was off going on in the streets. But that got better after, the death of Bloody Mary and Marius and the deal made with Bateman. Things have quieted down pretty significantly, but now I'm noticing that they're starting to ramp up again, but in a completely different way and direction. Like, we're not talking about people disappearing, we're talking about more buildings getting damaged, and I'm kind of nervous if it continues on this path, people are going to start to get hurt.
Yep. That's the age of the apocalypse, I'm sorry to say. Even when I was a fresh Garu, it was right around the corner, you win something, and then it seemed like things would be peaceful, and before you know it, some other element would just rear its head. You always got to be ready.
Lucky us. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's definitely getting interesting out there, and we're trying to do our best to instill a sense of order and calm, but it's way too much territory for us to cover. I mean, we're just trying to keep eyes on what we can around here, and if it's reaching all the way out to, you said, the St. Pete area?
At the very least, trying to keep my eyes for similar things, but it feels like 1,000 news reports just sort of meld together. They all look the same to me.
Now I'm wondering what he gets really kind of conspiratorial as he leans in. Why the cartel's not doing anything about it?
the cartels be doing something?
Well, that is primarily their territory. And I remember maybe like 4 or 5 years ago, there being a big to-do about, well, rumors about a gang war between the mafia and the cartel in the area, and the cartel ended up driving them out and establishing control, and they ended up taking in a bunch of gangs under their umbrella and kind of dissolving them and making them all part of the cartel. And they even tried to get us, and that's part of what caused the split, to be completely honest, is that we had been holding them off for so long, but the temptation of a lot of money is what kind of caused our divide in the long run. But if that's where it was, that they got hit there, I would expect a response from them. They're not one to have others pooping in their backyard.
Izzy thinks about the attack on the St. Pete Defense Training Academy and how they mostly caused property damage to the gym. There was the major fire at the construction and opposite side of the strip mall, and then the apparent real focus being that that property index. As he sort of squints, not exactly having the keenest detective impulse, but he goes, well, if it's about drugs, we haven't seen any yet. And if they're laying glyphs everywhere, it might be something else. They might just be, I don't know. I would like to speak to one of them, if I can find them.
Yeah. Well, I mean, based off of the intense and aggressive nature of these acts, I mean, you could chalk it up to frustrated protesters, but most of the protests revolving around the government and stuff like that have been peaceful. I mean, you know, we've had several No Kings protests in both Tampa and St. Pete, and they've been peaceful. We've had members go to them just to kind of keep an eye on them, and there hasn't been this level of aggression or violence. And if it's not the glyphs that's causing it, what if the glyphs are just a cover for something else?
You have a good instinct, I think, Larry.
They might also be just trying to frame us. Were the Howlers, you know, it looks like a wolf thing. It was something that was associated with this club in the past.
But why would they want to frame you just in random places? It's not like they've made any major calling cards, right? Or the police haven't released any reports that, oh, these glyphs are maybe related to the Howlers, because what have you, but...
No, but if you know, you know. It could also be trying to call us out.
That would be a way to do it. A lot of unknowns, still.
Yeah, but, I mean, it's really sloppy to do, but maybe... I don't know. It's very unlike them. Like, we've been destructive in the past. I'm not going to deny that. We had a very polarizing and controversial history at one point. But we always were very careful and specific about what we were targeting. Aside from the last big shebang that blacked out half the city, we always were very much more discreet, I guess.
Izzy will take a sip of his water and once again from when he first got put on this trail feels woefully inept in figuring out motive, circumstance, possible, changes in the history, just a lot of pieces. And his immediate impulse, that Garu impulse, is, oh, I need to go back to the pack and figure it out. However, as he readies to just have his Aru nature shoot him off in a random direction until he hopefully finds something to hit, he'll stop and look over at Larry. Hey, I just want to say thank you. Obviously, I've been playing 20 questions, and I do want to just let you know, even without you making note of it, one elder to a young Garu, that I'm very thankful for all the effort you've put in, especially with the patrols. Having someone who I can just say words to without having to code it just makes me feel that much more normal.
Well, I want to pitch in wherever I can. I mean, the Sept has done so much for me. They helped me through my transition. Aspen's been an excellent teacher, and Eliza has been like a second grandmother, and I owe them everything in my mind, just like I owe the club everything. So my loyalty is, of course, going to be to just making the city better, and that's one thing that is certain about the Sept is we're trying to make things better. And so I appreciate the thanks, but they're completely unnecessary. This has just given me a platform and an opportunity to do something to a greater scale than I was already trying to do.
Modesty in the face of a good mission. That is a Black Fury motive than I've ever seen one.
Well, I want to leave you with one more thought to chew over.
Yeah, shoot.
Random acts of violence and destruction are only so random if you can't see the thing that's tying them together. What are the places that were hit, and why were they hit? Yeah, there's going to be probably a few collateral damage places that might throw the scent off, or maybe they're purposefully trying to mask it, but they're picking the places they're picking for a reason. Why? Nothing is actually random in the long run, as long as you can see past the act itself to what motivated that act. And this is the lawyer speak that Aspen's been spouting at me for a while, but I mean, it rings true. Like, what is beyond how they did it and what they did? Why? The big question is, why did they do it? It's clearly not to protest. That is the mask they are wearing. So what is it?
Izzy bites at the corner of his cheek as he really tries to take a stab into the mystery here. And as he pairs together as many threads as he can manage to hold, he'll go, it might be something to do with the cult. I don't know.
Maybe. I've been trying to learn as much as I can about the cults ever since they've become a problem. And I could see that being a possibility, but it doesn't feel as widespread as I would expect the cult to be. Like, when I think of the cult, I think of them like a forest fire, right? Like sweeping their way across, burning everything in their path before reaching whatever the end is. This is random. It's in different locations in smaller bursts. And as far as I can tell, and this isn't, great to go off of because there's very little evidence here, but I don't know if there were even any guru present for any of those attacks. They're using glyphs, sure, but I don't know if this is them or someone trying to pretend to be them or someone who's just doesn't even know what they're doing and is using something they learned from this club. But what you've said and the locations that I've seen are all what I would guess I'd consider luxury and Weaver. Electronics stores, the construction place you've mentioned, the rental place. If the rental place was the real target, you got to have some money to be able to employ a service like that. So why are they targeting the rich? Is it just another smokescreen? Is it a fundraising effort? Is it a purposeful attack, or is it truly just random? I can't believe for a second that it's random.
No, I don't think so. Random would entail hitting places that aren't in that vein. Maybe random in the sense of they don't want people to detect a pattern, maybe, but if they had a foe, and it was indeed the Weaver and some description of wealth, if you wanted to inflict the maximum amount of damage against it, you would want to be attacking in such a way that your next attack was not determinable.
Another thing to float at you, and maybe it's a lead worth chasing. What if the leeches are trying to break the treaty, but are trying to do it in a way that it doesn't look like they did it? We know that they employ thralls all the time. So
That would
using...
explain...
do they have knowledge of Gurahl that we're not even aware they have? I mean, we know a lot about them. Who's to say that it isn't turnabout is fair play? Maybe they got a hold of a glyph or something and are using it.
I did get a whiff of one of the leech sycophants when I first arrived for the initial attack, but it was one of the state police officers, and their trail did lead from the... Izzy at this point is really getting frustrated, not with like the layers of mystery, but at his inability to parse things as he goes. It's a lot to think about.
It is.
I think at least the next step for me, other than thanking you again, Larry, is getting in contact with one of these Mongolian raiders and seeing exactly what it is they were told to do. Even if I don't get someone high up on the rung, I just need to give someone a shake, I think.
I have no doubt in your abilities, but we don't know what they know anymore. We don't know what they've prepared for or what they can do. Like I said, Razor was a demolitions expert, so you're talking about playing with literal fire. And that is not good for us as far as I've been taught. Just about as bad as it was when we were humans. So just be cautious. It was the more aggressive and violent members that left. And greedy, but a lot of them were very, very, very involved in the more destructive tasks that this club used to do. And my final thought I'll leave you with, if we have multiple groups, why can't they? The leeches, I mean. We have our cult, which is not quite us. Who's to say they don't have groups? Their own intrigue, I guess.
Izzy will hang his head the field of battle becoming more and more complicated as he will take one last swig of his water, finishing the glass before sliding it back and going, lot to consider. At the very least, I have hope that I'll be able to get a location or two, a couple of people that I'm going to be able to chat with. And then from there, maybe get a lead on any possible leech corruption. I need someone a bit more versed in the criminal end. I think I don't know crime.
I think if you can catch them in the act, that's going to be your best guess as to finding out who's involved and what their motivations are. Which means I'd look at high-value luxury and weaver targets, since that seems to be the trend so far. Not a guarantee, but...
I need a ragabash.
Unfortunately, ours is out of town.
Yep.
Well, don't hurt your head too much thinking about it. The simple state is something is amiss, and I think it goes deeper than just random acts of destruction or violence or political outrage. I think that is just an excellent smokescreen for what's actually happening, especially if you're finding glyphs or you're finding suspicious additions. Because peaceful protests have turned violent before. People have taken advantage of protests before to loot or to cause chaos or to, better their own situations. But this feels like more than that, because why a defense arts studio? Why a construction company? There's not really a lot to be gained there unless you're really looking for some lumber or in need of a lot of screws. And even then, hit a Home Depot.
I can't. Izzy will prove his lack of skill in this regard, as he barely considers his own experiences amongst his pack and goes, you can get like bomb stuff from stores, right?
You know what you're doing.
Something to consider for me, I guess. Well, Larry, obviously, thank you. You passed the test.
Well, good. I'm glad.
Yeah.
And feel free to come around more often. This is where I spend a majority of my time when I'm not doing Sept stuff. And if you ever just need, someone to strategize with, or I can't say that I'm a good ragabash, but I'm learning to strategize. So
I need a level mind provided by the half moon and all that malarkey. But yeah, kind of weird that this, I think, is the third bar I've been invited to hang out in, but I'm not going to complain because I get to see new people, new faces.
When you're trying to save the world all the time, you can't help but want to drink, considering the state of things.
I don't know if I can be drinking at this time, but yeah,
fair point.
I will definitely. Yeah, I'll be pilfering your water supply without end.
Well, luckily that we have for the moment. So as you finish up your water and get up to leave, what is going through your mind now with this new information and thought process instilled by Larry?
Izzy is very thankful for other people is the baseline, because he just would never have gotten anything close to that. He would have gotten around in circles. He maybe would have gotten the Mongolian Raiders ledger, but having it be motivated to something like, why are they doing what they're doing? Is it maybe a cover-up or a misdirect? Is putting a lot more of consideration into his actions, even as he is biting at the bit to get to whatever the heart of this is and just tear it open and be done with it. And as he takes a breath, entering into the open air, no longer clogged by smoke and drink, he'll look to the sky above and realize that there are many, many more nights of diving into bars no doubt awaiting him.
As you head out of the bike club, a place where you would never have thought to find yourself unless it was to use fang and claw to get the answers that you seek, we now transition to our next scene, several thousand miles away from this one. Oh boy, Aspen and Jester, it has been now, 3 weeks that you've been up in Vermont? A lot longer than the 1 week you were expecting to be there. But politics are a slow-moving process, even in Guru society. And a decisive choice for king still hasn't been made. There is still a king who sits upon the throne, one you have still not had the pleasure of meeting officially. You've had times to pass information amongst one another to meet up, but really you've been doing a lot on your own. And in the wake of the conversation with Mari, frustrations have been building. You don't seem to be making any inroads or headway to solving this problem. If anything, it seems like the sides are emboldening themselves with your input. Mari becoming even more focused on becoming queen after your conversation, so it seems. It is one of those moments where the two of you find yourselves gathered in Jester's room, ready to share what you've learned in the past week, as both of you have been out with separate goals of watching the members of the North Country Protectorate and what they've been up to. You've also sent out a request to meet with Elias in the wake of that meeting, but he has not yet showed up, as the time hasn't arrived for him to, and he's busy tending to all of his responsibilities. So for a few moments before his arrival, the scene is yours.
Jester is once again sitting in a chair by the window. Probably her legs propped up on the opposite chair.
Aspen is just walking around the room, fidgeting with whatever is on like a dresser, or just trying to keep her hands busy.
You have a lot of energy.
Restless.
Yeah. It's not a whole lot to do here, is there, except worry.
There's so many things that I want to know, and none of them are getting any clearer.
All I have is ideas and speculation, so yeah, I agree. Nothing's really much clearer.
Been keeping my eye on Anastasia, because she gives me the squick.
My proper sept leader, pack leader, getting the ick. It's funny. But she's dangerous, yes, I totally agree. So, did you learn anything interesting?
Just people she's been around. She was being weird with Alina at one point. Gossipy with Seraphine, but she's a Galliard, so maybe that makes sense. Super informal with Hale. That was interesting. And also, not the greatest with the Katerina. I know mommy issues when I see them.
It's fair. Hale is interesting.
Yeah,
She doesn't seem the type to be informal with a lot of people, at least not where others could see it.
I agree.
I know she does not have a good relationship with Iron Oath. It's definitely that was an arranged marriage because they're not close.
Can't say that I'm completely surprised. She kind of seems like a person who is out for herself in a lot of ways.
Yeah. From what Samira said, though, Hale's been the most vocal against Charles. But that's what a lot of people have been saying, so I wonder if she's... Also, from what Samira said, she was vocal about... Anastasia was vocal about being against Charles when no one else was around. So, I don't know how many sides she's playing.
Maybe she wants Hale on the throne. She did make it seem like there was a third option of some sort.
So she does have a third option. We just don't know what it is.
Mhm.
So something is happening or has happened. I don't know what, but everybody is more active, alert. There's more patrols going on. Winter's Breath came back several days ago, and he's not left on a lot of patrols like he did before. He's kind of been sticking close. So I don't know what it is. Charles doesn't know what it is. Like, he's not been told of anything. Have you heard anything about that?
With all of, well, everything going on at home and trying to figure out what the Ice Queen is up to. I know that's funny, me saying that. Not really, but I mean, so nothing? No word on what's going on?
No. But there's definitely a noticeable change this past week. They're definitely more alert, more active, or doing something.
Another fantastic thing to ask Elias if we ever get to see him.
Yeah. Yeah, that would be good to hopefully.
I'm sure we go in that conversation with Honey, right? Not, hey, you know something and you're going to tell us because I'm sick of doing this runaround thing we've been doing for the past 3 weeks. No? Too harsh? Okay.
Start with the honey probably. If the honey gets us nowhere, then you could be like, "Hey, let's be upfront. I'm sick of this shit."
All right.
So, as if summoned by your words itself, you hear the light rapping at the door to your room, Jester.
I will hop out of my chair and open the door.
Elias stands outside the door, wheeling what looks to be a cart with a few platters of early evening snacks before a full dinner is to be delivered. He looks both ways down the hallway and says, I thought you could use some refreshments. May I?
Oh, yes. I'll hold the door open for him.
He pushes the cart into the room, looking back to you to close the door as
I'll
he
close the door.
kind of immediately wheels it off to the side. I'm so sorry I haven't been more available as of late. There has been a development.
Does seem the court seems a bit distracted with something. Is there anything you can tell us about it?
Apologies, I don't mean to be purposely vague. I just can never be entirely certain as to what should be known and what shouldn't, but I will tell you as plainly as possible. The court is planning a hunt, and they are going to be extending you an invitation to that hunt. Apparently, there is a trespasser in our domain, and a hunt is being made to remove the threat.
So they haven't caught the trespasser?
No.
What kind of trespasser?
That I'm afraid I don't know. I only have very minimal information. Winter's Breath has been keeping it to a very exclusive group.
Huh.
Sort of need to know basis.
Do you know who's in that group?
Mostly the defenders of the area. Iron Oath, Victor Hale, Ingrid. Those that would be on watch, on guard, who have been instructing more of the Ghislaine Watchmen to step up their patrols, usually having one of the Guru with them when they do patrol, just in case.
Okay. Let me ask you something you might know since you are in charge of how the Ghislaine, or with the Ghislaine and everything. Have they advised on the Ghislaine to arm with any particular type of weapons?
Well, at the moment, no. It seems that they're fairly confident the threat is on one of the more farther reaches of the boundaries and has been sticking to that area, but I can tell you the forge has been busy.
Okay. I don't know. I find it concerning that you say trespass. Has this happened before where a trespasser? Yes?
Yes, it has in the past. Before the last battle, especially, we dealt with Black Spiral Dancers. We've dealt with the cult. Not recently, of course, but there have always been interests in testing our defenses in the past.
But not since the last battle?
Not actively, no.
Okay. So this is new in the last last few decades at least.
Yes, I would say so. I mean, we've had more nomadic natural species, deer, bears, even wolves, and we've had to be careful to ensure their safety as much as possible, but also to keep them some distance away to avoid any potential problems that we don't need. But usually marking the boundaries, which Winter's Breath does very, very well, has been enough to keep them away.
Interesting. A little troubling that it's happening now, but
Timing isn't great.
When is this hunt?
I believe they have it planned for... They're talking about 5 or 6 days from now. Preparations should be complete. I think that they're going to try and dress it up as a part of the welcoming of our friends from the South, he says, gesturing to each of you.
Okay.
Could we maybe circle back to a comment you made earlier?
Of course.
You had mentioned you weren't sure what to disclose and what not to. I think at this point in time, all of it might be a really good idea.
I understand. But I will say, when you leave, I have to stay. And if for some reason they believe their trust in me has been misplaced, that could be problematic for my future.
Do you want to stay?
Yes, my loyalty is to the nation and to the throne, and I do intend to stay after all is said and done, but I also understand that the best way forward isn't exclusion of others. You're the first guests we've had in quite some time, and I think that if we are going to make any headway in rebuilding the nation as it was, we need to be more transparent. But it is not my job to be the fully transparent one.
I'll look to Aspen and then Elias and be like, I understand your loyalty to the throne and the nation and everything, but you would have a place with us if you ever wanted it.
He bows his head, placing a hand to his chest. I appreciate that a great deal. But I have not quite given up on this place just yet. There is a lot of competing ambitions here, but that is not new. In politics, there often are different philosophies on what the best course forward is. And while I do believe there is a danger to you here and a danger to the heir, I believe that they are trying to do what they think is best, however misguided that may be.
I appreciate that. Absolutely. And I think we all want what's best for all of us in this fight. But it does also seem that there are machinations and personal gain being had here that is a danger for all of us.
I agree, which is why I've told you as much as I have. And I'm willing to answer your questions within certain limitations, and is not because of any ill will, but we are still also strangers. And I am telling you as much as I think protects you.
Do you go ahead?
I'll look to Aspen. I mean, even if we met someone early on, even their willing help, we don't share everything we know about our sept with them.
Our sept isn't supposed to be running the nation as we know it right now.
No, that's fair. And I honestly think they should be a little more open with everybody, but, you know, my opinions doesn't really matter much here, does it?
And that is no offense to you, Elias. I know that you are one part of something larger than yourself. It's just frustrating.
I take no offense, and in fact, I would say I don't think it's about running the nation anymore. I think it's about rebuilding it. Seeing if there's even a nation left to run.
Has anybody gone out and talked to the other septs that still claim to be part of the nation?
Not very long after Charles departed, and it became clear that he wasn't returning for any time soon, Katerina took a more active role in reaching out to the other septs. Few of them would humor her, but those that did welcomed her into the sept, spoke with her a bit, spoke about their grievances, but very few of them were willing to return here to express those grievances, having said everything that's been said has been said already, and they would just be simply repeating themselves yet again to be rebuffed.
Okay.
I know from our conversations that you know more than you're willing to tell us, and I think that's fair. But I feel like we're really stuck in a position to either watch something we're supposed to be a part of burn to ashes, or be puppeted by people who have their own ideas.
Perhaps a little bit of history might give you the insight that you seek. About 3 years ago, a motion was made for Katerina to become queen consort, regardless of Charles's return. This notion was dismissed as an act of co-opting by the Sept of the Crescent Moon, that they were just trying to expand the reach of the Russian Sept here rather than joining together, and that the purpose behind the union was to bring all parties to the table, and without Charles, Katerina's claim would simply seem like one of invasion. I believe that there are those who have not given up on that hope yet, and are trying to maneuver it so that it could still come true.
Okay. 2 questions. Why queen consort and not have her do the same thing anybody is supposedly able to do, which is challenge the king and become queen? Why was it consort pushed and not full queen?
Well, the king is still alive, and I think we both know that Iron Oath believes that only one should challenge the king, and has stuck to that belief quite loyally. And he is his daughter's father.
No, that makes sense. She probably wouldn't go for that either. Okay.
But her mother wants it still, correct?
Yes. But I also believe her mother would take any port in a storm if it didn't threaten her place.
Like Victor Hale?
He is training to take over for Iron Oath. Wouldn't it be convenient if one of the king's top advisors and loyal to the prophecy were suddenly gone and in need of replacement. And if the heir were to be the one responsible for the death of one of the king's highest advisors, outside of tradition, that might disgrace him and remove his claim.
Look over at Jester.
I spoke with Ironov about a week ago. He said he carried that silver dagger with him everywhere. In these halls.
The bone.
Yeah. Did she ever say why she had it?
To keep others safe. She wasn't going to give me the real answer. I know that.
I believe you may have coincidentally interrupted an attempted assassination.
Who do we tell about this?
Who would believe it, even if you did? It's your word against an established member of the court who has been laying the groundwork for this for quite some time.
Charles would believe us.
Absolutely.
But we have no proof to take her down officially in the court.
I think that's the problem, watching all of this. This is all a problem. And there's nobody to stop anything from going on.
I believe that the danger you are in being here is the danger of having something pinned on you that you didn't do. There has already been talks in the court of being traitors, attempting to start a new nation to dethrone the old. If, for some reason, it were to seem that those loyal to your nation were to do something to disrupt this nation, that would be all the proof they need.
What do we do about it, Elias? You've been here.
It isn't the best answer, but I think either you stay and fight or you leave. And I say this hesitantly because this nation needs all the help it can get. But as I said, is it even still a nation? You could work tirelessly to uncover the truth of the matter, but they will counter in turn and try to take advantage of that to further discredit you. I think the best thing for you, if you are to stay and fight, is to push for Charles to take the throne. Because then, and only then, will he be able to change the narrative. Anything he does before then will seem like brainwashing on your behalf.
Unless we go with an angle that they're not even thinking we'd go for. I asked a spirit before we came to this court if there was a way to cure the king. And I don't mean a tear. She already we know about the tears. But she said we have to find what was the hope he lost, and it wasn't the leaving of the stargazers or the get becoming the cult. It was something more personal. Do you have any idea what that could be?
I can't say for certain. I was quite young when the final battle took place and the king began his fall, as it were. But I think all soldiers take the loss of a brother at arms very hard.
Kind of thought it was that.
Jonas Albrecht was a soldier. He started a survivor, became a soldier, and then became a king. I've heard stories about some of your exploits, including the finding of a tear of Gaia and the redemption of one who had fallen to Hirano. I believe a small part of them has to want to come back, even if it's the smallest sliver for the tear to work. Jonas has not had that want, not for a long time. And if it wouldn't shame him, I believe he would have already died.
Do you think it would shame him if he was able to be in his facilities enough to step aside?
The stories say that the original Jonas would never have wanted this. Not the Hirano, I mean the throne, the crown. The idea of being in charge. He was a rebel to his grandfather. He quite literally ran away from his responsibilities to New York. But when he saw a nation in need, when Falcon came to him and presented the crown, he recognized he could be a rebel no longer. Because if he didn't rise, if he didn't stand up, it meant peril for all of us. Because it was, at the time, a dancer who would take the crown in his place.
I've read some of the stories, and I know they're stories, so I don't know how much is embellishment and is not. But in the stories, it said that only silver fangs that were worthy could wear the crown.
I can't say for certain. That is beyond my knowledge and ability to say for sure, but that didn't stop them from wanting it or believing that they could take it.
Did you tell Mari this? I know I've mentioned it before.
Mari is a very delicate situation. They are still coming to terms with what it is to even be this. They know the history as they are given, but that comes from the scope of the elders. And while her and I have discussed a great deal, even I am watched very carefully when I am with her.
glance over at Aspen. Still in that rock and hard place position.
I don't think that's going to change, and I don't think there's a solution that actually works. But that's not what people want to hear here.
May I ask a question?
Absolutely. It's only fair.
I suppose that's true. What is your goal of being here? Other than supporting Charles and his position, that wouldn't be reason enough for you to take such interest in what the court is doing. What is your real motivation here? Because perhaps that can inform your actions going forward. Is it to stop a king from being crowned and to dismantle the entire form of government because that's what they believe?
I think there's a way to find a solution without putting a child on the throne or someone who doesn't want it. I think there's another option. I don't think there needs to be, in my personal opinion, if you want me to be completely honest, if that's what we're doing, Elias, I don't think any king will really work because it hasn't worked before. But that doesn't mean that it needs to be dismantled. I just don't believe it'll work until everyone is on the same page of what they want. But I think Mari isn't an option, and I think Charles isn't an option.
Do you believe they ever will be on the same page to the point of acceptable liking?
I would hope so. I don't think it's even been tried for a very long time.
It was tried and rejected. Gaia, the fight for Gaia wasn't enough to keep us together, and that is what unites all of us inherently.
I've also come to learn that my tribe believes that they should be in leadership for better or for worse. And that's not worked previously because they don't like to listen. They like to lead.
But aren't you proof of that?
It's a funny contradiction, isn't it?
Then what do you propose as an alternative? Because you can tell them what they're doing isn't working, but if you don't have another option,
I
how are you
believe
any
that
but oh go ahead.
I believe that all tribes should have a voice and there should be a council. And that way all are heard, between the Bone Nars to the Black Furies to the Shadow Lords to the Silverfangs. I think they all deserve a voice, not just Silverfangs dictating what should or shouldn't be. And until that happens, I don't think everyone will be happy. And I know they won't get along on everything, but this is just as councils do in septs, listening, being heard, having their own opinion. And yes, I'm the leader of my sept, but it's all the title. It's not true. I listen to Jester, I listen to Jace, I listen to Charles. Like, I listen to Eliza, the Stargazer, because they're all important.
Certainly. But when a decision does need to be made, is it not you who makes that decision?
Yes.
When Jonas was well, he thought like you. He believed everybody had a voice to be heard. He was not going to be like his grandfather and simply assume the Silverfangs knew best. He had the power to bend them all to his will, and he refused it. That is how dedicated he was to free will and choice. Problem is, he stopped caring, and those voices stopped being heard.
And why are there only Silverfangs here?
Why are there only Silverfangs in the whole decision of who's going to be king of an entire nation that Silverfangs is only one tribe of. And on the leadership thing, perhaps just an idea. Maybe we switch out who's leader more often, and it doesn't have to be a Silverfang. Like, why is it only Silverfangs that are worthy to lead? There are plenty of Seps that are not led by Silverfangs that are doing fine.
Well, to the first point, there aren't only Silverfangs here. There is a Red Talon and a Get of Fenris, because they are the ones who chose to stay when the others left.
From what I understand, the Red Talon is here simply for training to take back to her tribe. And the Get has stated he doesn't have much of a voice since his entire tribe left.
But they haven't been turned out. The table has always been open to those that are willing to sit at it. They just stopped being willing because they stopped being heard.
I've been here for 3 weeks and nobody has bothered to ask my opinion a whole lot. Unless they were questioning me on what I did, or I seek them out.
It's also implausible that they all decided to leave because they just gave up. Probably didn't have a voice very much in these last recent decades to begin with, and were probably pushed out. I'm not saying all of them. Some of them left, sure, but it's implausible that all of them just decided to leave.
Again, I can't speak to that. I don't know. I can tell you it didn't happen all at once. It started with the Silverfangs and the cult, or I'm sorry, the Stargazers and the cult. But I believe that was just simply the beginning of the leak. The crack that started the leak. Because at first they were viewed as traitors. They were viewed as
Heretics?
yes. But I think in some small part, although they would never admit it, I think some quietly and secretly considered it brave.
And I think that's the point I'm making. I don't want to disband all of it. Why are we doing it with so few voices in mind?
Just like the king won't accept the tier, the septs, the tribes won't accept our word that they'll have a voice. Not when they've been taught they won't. We've tried. That's what Katerina was trying to do, was trying to bring them back to the table, to try and get their opinions.
Sometimes actions are more important than words, when words have done nothing to distill their or assuage their doubts. When they haven't had a voice before, they need to be proven they can have a voice.
I believe if they were to hear it from the king himself, they would believe it. But because the king hasn't spoken in such a way, longer than many of the Gurahl who currently rule their different septs and tribes have been alive, the doubt is palpable.
And you truly believe having another Silverfang making the choice amongst one sept to have another Silverfang on the throne is what will make them listen?
I believe having a capable representative offer themselves up for challenge and put forth the notion of uniting the nation once more, it will start the conversation. I believe if the other tribes see someone who is willing to fight, still has the spirit within them, but is not considering themselves unquestionable, beyond reproach, I believe it will start the conversation. I believe the Silver Fangs themselves need a leader as a tribe before there can be any talk of a nation needing a leader. That's what Jonas was, the representation of the tribe that was exalted to leading the nation as a whole, because it was the leader they believed they could follow. And he was, for a time. But when the war didn't end with the final battle, as many had hoped it would, hope as well as loyalty waned.
And there were no conversations about how to change the war, because obviously the battle against the Black Spiral Dancers wasn't the answer to defeating the worm or saving Gaia.
Well, I'm certain there were, but people, Guru, tend to act locally and think globally. They believe their problem or their solution that applies to their territory is best and needs to be the priority.
I mean, kind of in the current state that we have, the world, things are run by mostly corporations and rich, and those shadows are cast across multiple areas with multiple seps. Why not bring those seps together to fight that thing that they are all facing, and that way they could build a support system for each other?
A very valid point. But I believe the diminishing numbers of Guru have also hurt the argument that any can leave their territory to go fight for another.
I've disproven that multiple times.
I can't speak to that.
I think it's been disproven in other seps too. Maybe if, more seps talk to one another, which would be the purpose of a whole nation, is to make sure communication is spread throughout the different seps. You could find that there's probably multiple seps that do aid each other, that are allies. And the ones that may have retreated to themselves may not have had support and feel that they are all alone. Look to Aspen. We felt it at one point, and we
Did
made a
it
big
for a
mistake.
year.
And then it was proven to us we weren't alone by other seps. So it's not a just us thing. There are other seps out there willing to help each other. And this is why they need more people at the table to talk than just making this decision alone.
And they
course.
didn't do it because I was the leader of that sept. Because they had a Silver Fang leader to usher them to make these connections. A lot of my pack, a lot of my sept did it because they made inroads.
Were they truly there when you needed them? Did they not send you their problem as your solution?
They sent me what they thought was a problem.
Then maybe you should be queen.
Just look at Jester, just eyebrow cocked.
I said that already.
Tradition runs deep among the Guru, even the young, in most septs. The idea of the alpha as misguided as it is, runs deep. Everyone says they want to lead until they have to lead. The difficult part is finding someone who will lead because they have to lead. Falcon, as well as this court at one time, believed that to be Charles. And much like his grandfather, he rejects the idea, but perhaps that's what we need. Is one who leads because it's necessary, not because it's what they want, is what they're ambitious for. Perhaps the influence you've had upon him can be a good thing for the future of the nation. But there will be those who disagree, and there will be those who challenge. And luckily, the skills he's learned here will ensure he can best those challenges. I am happy to have the debates and the philosophical discussions, but without a true solution to propose, it is just that. And this court will certainly not hear of it in just a debate form, and I believe most SEPs won't either. The idea of leading is good until you have to do it. They want someone to provide a solution. I apologize. I do not wish to be the bearer of bad news or the opposition here, but I have been in this court long enough to know that even though there are a great many out there who are ambitious for the idea of taking the throne, there's a reason they haven't. Any of them could have challenged Jonas for the throne. Any of them could have made a claim, but they didn't. Because I believe the true idea of sitting upon that throne terrifies them.
And what happens if someone does? Someone comes in from the outside and challenges for the throne.
I think that's what they're afraid of. I can't say for certain, but I could believe that perhaps the downfall of the nation was to avoid such a thing. Make it so nobody wants it, then nobody will make a grab at it.
So damn this whole war, damn every Garu and every Sept and what they're fighting for, so that we lose everything, just so nobody who's not a Silver Fang will challenge, even if there's a possibility that person could be more worthy.
Well, I ask you this, why hasn't anyone done what you've done?
My question too. That's a bigger discussion, and I think that's what we're trying to do.
I believe most Guru are surviving. Not trying to thrive, not trying to push for a solution or a better future. I think they are holding on and fighting to the best of their ability until they can fight no longer.
What's the point?
Pirano doesn't just affect one, it can affect all. And it starts at the top. They watched what many view to be the greatest guru amongst us fall to this war.
So, if somebody were to walk in here and challenge, how would that go?
Well, likely, Iron Oath would accept the challenge as the champion of the king, as he believes Charles is the only one meant to take the throne, and he would handily defeat anyone who challenged him.
Why wouldn't he do that with Charles as well?
Because he believes in Charles.
He's completely loyal to Charles, and he believes Charles is the next king. And
But we do see the hypocrisy in that.
Prophecy is a fickle thing. Just as the Black Furies or the Bone Gnars or any of the tribes could come in here and challenge, so too could the Black Spiral Dancers. Would you want them to?
No, that's why I'm asking. So literally there's nothing anyone else. What you're saying is there's literally nothing anyone else can do but put Charles on the throne. By that logic.
I'm
By
not
that
saying
logic,
that.
unless
Mari
they
has been
were,
maneuvered into that position for a very reason.
I mean, out of this set, out of here, anyone who were to just march in here and try to challenge the king would have to go against Iron Oath, and they'd have to be stronger and bigger and fight Iron Oath physically before they could take the throne, because that's what matters.
As the rules of challenge
Strength.
go. Often.
It's just perpetuating what I've been saying, that that's only for this sept.
I understand.
It's not for anyone else.
I understand. I don't think they think the throne holds any value anymore. So there's no reason to.
Then why have it?
Because there are
Maybe.
the few that do remain.
I'm going to say something that I am. You asked Aspen. She gave her opinion. I'll give you mine.
Yes, please.
I am torn between two things. I am torn between that Charles might be the best option out of this whole terrible situation, because that's seems to be the only one that's available at the point. Though he could be a good king. He's been trained. He's has ideas too. He saw the faults in the old nation before he even came to Tampa. But I worry that killing his grandfather is going to send him on the same path his grandfather is currently in. And starting a whole rulership out on a path of Hirano isn't the best way to try to fix things. But
I don't disagree.
But the other option, maybe some things have to die, including the nation. But I know that a lot of people would lose hope if that happened. So it's
Then why not go back and inspire others to a new way? Continue what you've been doing. Your deeds have reached this far. They are not going unheard. But I am sure there are those that think it's too little too late. You are not afraid of what Charles will do. You are afraid of what it will do to him. He has been prepared his whole life to do this. He has known the prophecy a majority of his life.
and he has hated it. He It's part of the reason he left.
As his grandfather
doesn't-
did before him.
His grandfather was exiled. He didn't leave. I've read the stories in the library. We don't need another warrior and more challenges in this war. I think that's what's killing us. There are too many people with that mindset.
Then why not depart and let it die?
Because he won't leave, and I'm not leaving without him.
Also, the problem is other people here won't let it die.
Why do you care?
It is perpetuating the same issues that we've had for decades.
And also, if we did leave and we talked Charles into leaving, we'd be damning a teenage girl into suffering his fate. And despite what we're saying, it's not like we're looking at everybody as just puppets or faceless things. We realize they're people.
Yes. And people, just like Gurahl, are imperfect. And they will disagree and they will fight. The Gurahl nation is simply a microcosm of the greater whole that is humanity. I am not saying this out of my own personal opinion. I am saying this because this is what will be said.
We're fucking losing.
We are.
Putting someone on the throne, I don't think is gonna just fix these things.
Perhaps not. But nothing that's been tried so far has worked.
It also takes other people standing up and saying it's wrong. I understand your point, Elias, and I appreciate you more than anyone in this sept because you've been the most honest with us. But we all do. We all are responsible for stepping up and saying that this is wrong.
I worry that it's too late for that. Because that's what they did. And it fell on deaf ears. Perhaps there is another sept like yours that is doing good works, and perhaps they are the ones you should be reaching out to and not this. Perhaps this is what you need to let die. I believe there's still hope.
I think it's really important to know what part we want to play when all of this happens.
What would you do if you were a Garu? If you still have hope? And sure, Charles got put on the throne because it seems to be the side that you think is the best. What would the next steps be?
I can't even begin to imagine what it is a Guru goes through, so please take this word with a certain amount of salt. I would throw myself at the brick wall and let it break me, because at least I tried and hopefully it forms a crack. I would go down fighting for what I believe is best, because that's all, as far as I can tell, Guru were made for. is fighting for right. So what would I do? I wouldn't have walked away like many of the others did. I would have challenged and I would have let Iron Oath kill me. Well, I would have fought, but it probably would have happened. Because if nothing else, my statement will have been made. That I didn't accept this. That I chose not to fall in line.
Okay.
Statements are very useful until there's nobody left to read them. And that's what we're facing.
If we're losing anyway, what else can we do?
Find different ways to fight. Change what we have been doing that has been causing us to lose.
Then tell us what the different way is.
First of all, we need to employ therapists and start training Garu in therapy because we all need fucking therapy. We go through terrible things that are mind-bending to even to humans or beyond humans to us. We fall to Hirano and Hoglosk way too much, and you're right. People aren't willing to accept that. So that's first, so that there is support when people are broken. Second, we probably do need to get all the tribes to have representation and voices and maybe start reaching out to them and doing things to help them in their personal fights. I'm pretty sure this SEP still has money. Charles has a big ass bank account, and I don't think it's all stemmed from him. So I'm pretty sure the SEP can have money to supply at least monetary relief to those SEPs. Third, maybe come up with ways so that, you know, challenge isn't the only way if a king falls to Hirano and we're stuck with 2 decades of nobody being able to or willing to take over the throne. Third, we need to start looking into humans. The ones that are actually doing the damage and the ones that are willing to fight, and start utilizing those to fight against the humans that are doing the damage. Those are just 4 things I have. Well, that could be ideas that could be planned out and discussed, but we don't have anybody to discuss except ourselves because of this.
Have you tried?
Yes. I've talked to several SEPs. Maybe you're not on these ideas fully, but we are trying. We are also fighting in Tampa a lot. So kind of split between keeping our city alive and trying to plan and come up with ideas that we could reach out and talk to other people about.
And thus was the issue of the other septs until they stopped trying to talk. And for good reason. I want you to know I understand their frustration. I understand it was falling on deaf ears. And maybe some of the septs out there are still working together. And maybe those are the ones you should concern yourself with, and not, as you've put, a dying nation.
The problem
You are
is,
letting one guru stop you from making the change you seek.
no, we're not. It's probably why half these people call us heretics. We referred to ourselves as a new nation because we were already discussing these things and trying to find ways to present this to other SEPs with plans and stuff.
So I ask
King or
again,
not.
why are you here?
Charles.
One
Charles
guru.
was dragged here.
It's what it represents.
I understand. But every day that you spend here is a day that you are not doing what you want to do.
And yet we're still here because of what it represents. Because this, in the grand scheme of things, is what we want to do, is to show people that Guru have choice, that Guru have autonomy, that Guru can move forward without a dying king and a band-aid on a bullet hole. that they deserve more than that. We all do. And yeah, we're starting with one guru, but that's because it means everything to the nation.
I admire that. And I hope you understand that I am being the dissenting voice because none of them deign to even bother dissenting to you.
I understand. It's just frustrating because I know that this is what they all believe.
I'm animated, but I'm not angry at you. So
I would understand if you were. I represent everything that has been stopping you from achieving your goals.
you actually don't. Like, the people that aren't willing to talk or actually have these conversations represent that, because they're not even willing to sit down and talk with us. At least you're willing to argue with us.
Unfortunately, I have very little sway in that regard. So even this conversation, as animated as you put it, it's been, will have very little effect.
Well, maybe we can start with one Ghislaine.
Maybe, it's not about you making decisions, but you spreading the ideas to maybe some people who are willing to listen to you and can make those decisions. If a solution is found for someone to lead here as part of the nation, maybe they can hear these ideas and maybe they can bring them about.
I know I've spoken at great lengths about you leaving, but I want you to know that I am grateful that you are here. I grew up with Charles almost like a younger brother to me. In my mind, of course, we were very much separated a good majority of the time, but I watched him grow and I watched the strain this responsibility put on him. I saw it. But I also saw that iron can sharpen iron, and this is a war. And a war can be fought with words, but it's usually decided with weapons. I don't want him to fall to his grandfather's fate. Just as I don't want that poor young girl to fall to that fate. And it pains me to say it, but if it's one or all of us, the guru existence, as I've learned, has been about sacrifice. Does it need to be? Probably not. Will it be? Yes.
That circles back to, if we keep sacrificing and less guru are being changed, we're going to sacrifice ourselves to the last person and it will be for nothing.
Then I hope we find a solution soon, or at least find someone strong enough not to fall. Have hope. Don't let my words diminish that hope in any way. I am not trying to put out the fire that burns in you. My job has always been to tend that fire for others. But this is the resistance you face. And I don't even have the stubbornness of a Silverfang to back it up. Is there anything you wish for me to try and plant the seeds of? Because that is something I can do for you.
Therapy.
Is there anything Guru will respect you wish me to plant the seeds of?
The idea that this isn't a decision that can be made with one sept.
I will endeavor to do so.
I appreciate that.
Now, I must see if anyone has heard our raised voices, or if it has caused a stir, but know that I do support what you're trying to do here, even if I don't agree with all of it. And I hope you're right. I do. Not for me, but for all the Guru that have died before now. And for all that still haven't. Please enjoy the food. He gives almost like a half bow to both of you before retreating out of the room. Is there anything you wish to say to one another after all of this? And if not, I would ask your inner thoughts before we move on.
Well, I think after he leaves, Jester's kind of flop on the bed and scream into her pillow for a good 20 seconds.
Aspen will just stand there. What if I did?
Roll over. Challenge the king?
Mm-hmm.
You'd probably end up having to fight Iron Oath unless you got Charles to tell him to step aside. Are you willing to do it?
Not much for martyrs. But Elias makes a point. Somebody has to stand up for their beliefs.
I'd back you. Not much here, but you know I'd back you. I think you'd make a decent queen for a while, but we really should talk about, like, you know, passing it on to, like, somebody else before it becomes too heavy for any one person to bear.
Well, the idea would be to take it, to say that it's not for anyone.
I'd back you. You should know challenges here. If the Garu challenged is of higher
Elder.
renown, an elder. Yes, elders get to choose what the challenge is. So
I know.
I feel like it's our best option. That sucks.
And at the very least, people know somebody stood up.
Yeah. We might be able to get, like I said, we might be able to get Charles to convince Iron Oath to not step in that challenge. But that would be a hard road for him to convince him to do it.
Aware of that as well.
I'd like for you not to die, Aspen.
Me too.
I you know, you're kind of like one of my closest best friends, and also Artie would kill me.
Well, I wouldn't do it without Artie's approval, obviously.
I mean, it's worth a shot.
Worth a shot.
Are there any thoughts either of you wish to share before we move on?
I've been reading up on it over the week, and Elias talking about the King Albrecht's history and just seeing how much his and Charles are rather mirrored doesn't ever make me feel great about the destiny of things. I waffle with the whole bringing the king back, but I feel like that could be an option to buy us some time. on this until maybe we could get something more firmly in place of ideas of how we want a new nation to look, or this nation revamped, so to speak. But Aspen might be a choice. I'd follow her. I have been following her. I just worry about us getting over the hurdle of the challenge thing and kind of the things that come after that.
Aspen knows that the challenge probably very, very, very big percentage means death. But if without a cause, like she learned from Rachel and Matthias, you're nothing.
Standing up for something that you truly believe is the most honest and real form of protest. Because a lot of people can talk, a lot of people can shitpost, a lot of people can criticize. But if they don't actually stand up for it, if they're not willing to have their face, their name, their life associated with it, then it's just talk. But standing up for something you believe in without a solution is standing on the most unstable ground and letting it crumble beneath your feet, because you won't be standing for long. We now transition to the final scene of the first half of tonight's very long story. We're back at the biker bar. Been a couple of days since Izzie's meeting with Larry. Now it's Jason's turn. Because really, can you really afford for both of you to be away from the cairn at any given time for any length of time? You kind of have to tag in, tag out for things like this. Otherwise, it's Eliza who's watching the cairn by themselves for the most part. Now you called ahead, letting Bruce know you wanted to meet so he could be sure he was there and were waiting. And so as you arrive, you pass by Sticky Ricky, posted up at the bar, or at the door. Probably a big enough size to block most of it if he needed to. But he just waves you through, pointing to the back garage where Bruce will be waiting. As you pass by, Larry gives you a smile and a wave from behind the bar. Do you want anything to drink? I can bring it back to you.
Whatever Bruce is drinking, just bring me that.
You are a very brave man.
I put on a good facade, and he'll smile as he keeps walking in.
As you pass by the restrooms, by the kitchen, you head into the garage at the back of the building. The garage is quiet at this time because, again, you're arriving during daylight out of fear of what it would mean to leave the cairn in the dark for very long. And Bruce is sat at the same folding table where all important meetings at the biker bar have been. Same folding chairs surrounding it, and the ashtray, unused, still sitting in the center of the table. Bruce kind of upticks to you with a nod of his head as you enter, and then kicks one of the chairs on the opposite side of the table out, just hard enough to scoot it away from the table for you to sit. And shortly after, Larry arrives with 2 drinks. Rusty Nails. some of the most disgusting cocktails known to man. He puts one in front of each of you and then just looks to you like you asked for it before turning and walking out of the garage. All right, you're here. What's up? Oh, Larry told me to get you one of these. And he kind of reaches to some ruffled papers that he pulls out of his pocket. It looks like they've been folded over far too many times. And as he puts them down, you pick them up and look, and it's a roster of the Mongolian raiders from about 2 years ago.
He'll grab it, and then he'll grab the drink and start flipping through the roster. He'll take a sip and like bring the paper up enough just to cover his mouth to hide the disgust as he's trying to flip through it. He's looking for the name Ricardo Estevez anywhere within the roster.
You do find it near the bottom, at the time one of the newer recruits.
He'll stifle and put the drink back. He makes him a bit stiff, but that's fine. Thanks. The first, I have updates and questions, and I think it'd be easier if I start with the questions and then give you the updates, if that works for you.
Of course.
Well, first, he'll go and flip to Ricardo's name and turn and point to it. You recognize this guy?
He looks at the roster as you point out Ricardo. Yeah, I remember him. He was real tight with Jax and Razor. Patched in probably not too long before that was printed.
I don't know who those two people are.
Jax was once my second. Tried to take over for me, and Razor had been one of Ryder's detonation experts.
Okay. That brings me up to my... You got a piece of paper and something to write with?
Yeah, I think I do in the office. He stands up and walks out, then returns a moment later with a actual like spiral notebook and a pen and drops them on the table for you. You can see the pen has the script of one of the local Tampa strip clubs. In fact, it's called the Landing Strip on the side of the pen.
He'll grab onto it, smirk at the pen, and then flip over and then look around the room, make sure it's like safe enough to talk about Gurahl. He'll draw out the glyph that he saw, and then he'll turn it back towards Bruce. Like, recognize this by any chance?
Shit. It's been quite some time since I've seen that. Yeah, that was one of Ryder's favorite symbols.
I'm sure. He'll pull out his phone, and then he'll go to the picture that he took down in St. Pete, and he'll slide his phone over. A bit of vandalism went on during a No Kings protest. This symbol was out front of a defense academy. Now, I also, lean over and slide the photos over to the treads. So these tread marks are identical to some of the overall low rider Harleys that are in the area. Maybe some handheads, possibly. It's hard to tell by tires. But from what I understand about what has happened between all the different clubs, is that there was a falling out, and that this symbol was used, and you have confirmed that Ryder used it. I'm not saying it was you, but were you guys in the area? I got to clear my bases, man.
You're good. I don't mind the questions and asking. No, we had nothing to do with that. We don't use that symbol. After kind of getting a little bit more knowledge about what those types of things mean, we tend to stick away from anything that could be threatening the veil. was already bad
Appreciate
enough
that.
when Larry had his little spell and put a hole in the wall.
Yeah, how's the kid doing?
It's good. Got patched in finally. Long time coming, honestly.
Well, I hope you put him through the ringer.
As much as we were willing to remember the whole hole in the wall thing, but
You know what? Valid. You know what? Yeah, you're right.
his old man would be proud. For sure.
You should tell him that.
Oh, I have. Day he got patched in, I gave him his old man's cut.
Wow, that's awesome.
He deserves
It's a big
it.
deal. That's good. Bruce, you seem surprised seeing this. Any of the rides that you guys have been doing, the weird shit that's been going on. Like, I don't know if you've noticed, but there's an uptick in chaos going on.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, we've
when
noticed.
I got here, chaos was kind of the main, and it's been ramped up. So I'm not sure what's going on, but just based on what I've seen, based on these pictures, I'm trying to put two and two together. And if you're saying it was something Ryder used to use,
You're probably
and
looking
with
at the
this-
Raiders. I'm not gonna lie, they're probably involved in this somehow. I mean, we haven't been able to keep track of them as much as I would have liked after they left. They kind of fell quiet for a bit. But from what I remember of their departure, they were looking to get into business with the cartel. And this seems like something they would do. But why?
Right.
That's the part I don't get. They should be making plenty of money from the drugs and from whatever it is they're up to. They even tried to make a bid on this place at one point. Real estate agent called, said that we had a very sizable offer, and I told them to fuck themselves.
good. Well, if you get to a point where you're needing some help, I know additional people that them too, that legal side of things, if things get to that point.
I don't think they were that serious. They were just testing our defenses, seeing how weak we were if we were looking to sell.
Right. The guy, this Ricardo guy, apparently he applied at this defense academy. He got rejected because they chalked it up to gang affiliation. He has this tattoo on his back. I don't know if there was any ill tempers to this, but pan to some of the other pictures leaning forward. They hit this hardware store and this kind of like homestead rental place. They watch over places when they leave. Most of the time, like you got to have some decent money in order to take these kind of places on, because they'll watch your entire place and will have all your information to that place. And that got hit too.
Well, there's a few possibilities that come to mind. One, the drug trade didn't work out so well, and now they're looking for, I don't know, B&Es to try and make money. Two, could be Ricardo got kicked out, and he's kind of a lone operator now. Or they're working for someone else.
Any people you guys used to work with outside? Like I know you guys didn't work with the cartel, but any old leads that do B&Es, vandalism, that kind of stuff?
I mean, we didn't really have a call for it. It was just kind of one of those, like, that's cheap and kind of cowardly business.
Right. Are you aware of what this symbol is? Like, do you know what it causes?
I know that Ryder used to say that it was our war marking. Said
Okay.
it used to mean fury, righteous fury.
That's a way to look at it.
Well, I've learned more that he was fucking cuckoo banana pants, but he was Ryder, and he always looked out for his people.
Bruce, with being Guru, I know that you are aware of the getting big, scary, rip things to tear them apart, and that's one aspect of it. And
I'm gonna imagine
most
the
of
hole in the wall again.
that'd
put
be
that
it.
together.
A good chunk of the Guru are like that. That's not really my thing as far as Guru go. I deal with the things that you don't necessarily see that affect you. Those are the things that I combat. This symbol is a way to get into people, to tap into that fury. And there's other things that can happen along with other types of symbols, other areas that you're in. Do you ever, you're a big dude, so less likely, but do you ever walk into a room and you feel that sense, that cold shiver down your spine, that immediate cold sweat, and it goes away?
I mean, yeah, that's pretty standard, isn't it? Everybody gets that feeling like walking into a cemetery or like you're stepping over someone's grave.
Yeah, in a way. Those overall feelings are the things that you can't see causing that emotion, that overall sense within you.
All right.
These symbols amplify that. I'm worried that they're going to be showing up more and more. That because when you're around them too much, and at that point he'll take the pen and kind of like scratch through the glyph, just making sure nothing else, any type of residual, like, and just to be safe. I don't want to have to, get big. I'm worried that this is just going to be the start of it. That we're only seeing this one now, and more are going to be showing up. I don't have the overall manpower to patrol the entire city. You have an entire club. If you happen to see this symbol, now I'm not saying go out and look for it. If you come across it, just wipe it down. I'm not saying carry a bucket of soap and water with you, but break it up, destroy it.
You just cover it up with some spray paint of our own. Wouldn't be that hard.
It literally just make sure it's not visible anymore to cover it up.
Go ahead and give me a charisma and persuasion or leadership.
We'll go persuasion. Rage 1?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. 3.
Yeah, we got it. I think we can potentially do some charity work in taking care of local vandalism. Get some buckets and soap and be out there scrubbing up, offering our services to any businesses that are affected. It's a good look for the club, and it'll get our eyes on the situation at the very least. I don't know if we can prevent it from happening, but we can at least try and lessen the impact.
Yeah, not saying I want you going out looking for these guys. Now that does come up to my update for you. There is another group of Guru have wandered in, and they're not affiliated with us. They see the fight that we have trying to. Have they updated you on the triad?
I'm going to say yes, but that is still something I'm bending my head around.
All right. So the thing that decays everything, the worm, breaks everything down and destroys. That ringing a bell? Okay. That
Sure.
is what these other Guru are really, really focused on. but they see that this fight is one-dimensional, that there's only one way to get to the end of it, and they don't care who gets in the way to reach that end, as long as the means don't justify the end. As long as they get to it, that's all that matters.
Okay.
This fight is more 3, if not 4-dimensional, because there's all these different variables we have to take in consideration. If you happen to see them in the area that you are going through, don't engage them. Let me know, let any of the other members know where they're at. I don't even want you to keep eyes on them, because if you're in their way, they'll take you out. And I'm not trying to threaten you. I'm just trying to warn you on what's going to happen.
Is there a way to tell?
They're going around just kind of killing what look to be innocent people, or if they're operating in. You've seen most of us. If you see someone you don't recognize, shoot me Jester gave you my number, right?
Yeah, but brother, I see people I don't recognize all the time. That's not exactly a tip-off.
He sees Gurahl activity. You see someone getting big and hairy, you can let me know.
Oh, okay, so once it's past the point of... Okay.
Yes.
Got it. Yeah, I'll keep my eyes out as best as I can.
Because as you can actually witness those kind of things. So that would be a help on that. I'm going to look into the Mongolian Raiders thing. If you can think of any leads coming up from that. But this Ricardo guy, what can you tell me about him?
I mean, he was like most prospects, eager to please. But had a chip on his shoulder. I mean, typical biker shit that you'd expect. Chip on his shoulder, little bit pissed off at the overall state of things, looking to belong. I'm guessing he had a rough family life. Most did, but we don't usually get into those types of conversations here. He was very eager, always volunteered for everything, anything that needed doing. And I don't mean like the shit work. Nobody volunteers for that. You just kind of have to do it. No, I'm talking about like any outings, any jobs. He was always one of the first to sign up.
Okay. Do you have any other chapters outside of Tampa?
Of the Howlers? No. This is kind of a new deal.
All right.
We're hoping to eventually, because being a lone wolf, no pun intended, only gets so much. But especially with the former affiliations, that makes it a little bit potentially problematic for us if they have backup from out of state.
Okay. I just know that you guys were stretching out and you guys have some decent PR. And when you guys come by the bar, and thank you for helping us some of the more rowdy individuals. So that's been helpful.
Absolutely. Happy to help. It's the least we can do.
If there's anything you guys do need, just let us know. You guys help us. We'll help you scratch your back and scratch ours.
We're doing okay right now. If anything changes, we'll definitely let you know. But I would ask, is there anything you need besides just looking out for markings on walls? You seem little nervous.
Nervousness is what kind of keeps me alive. It's one of my survival tactics. So always live on the edge, but never really wanting to fall off of it. Walk that line more times than I've like to admit. I'm needing eyes That's the biggest thing. And I'm needing people is what I need. I'm stretched so thin right now that I'm trying to spread a drop of water over a desert, trying to make a city thrive in it, is what I feel like I'm trying to do. So you patrolling, getting those eyes out there, just being a strength for this place. That PR, that getting that good look that there are still good people out in this community, cleaning, helping out. It's something.
Well, we're doing a recruitment drive, trying to bolster our numbers, so hopefully I'll have some more eyes for you soon.
I do appreciate that. And if things got to a scrap that you guys could handle, I needed a phone call to have some fun bikers handle. What do you think? Are you up for a scrap?
We've been waiting this long for you to ask. Yeah.
Yeah. If something comes around where I have a more human issue that we probably shouldn't handle because we'll be a bit overkill. Give you
we
guys
know
a
how
call.
to cover our tracks. If you need something, you let us know. We've got enough still pull left over from before that we can definitely apply some pressure without it causing too much of a hassle. Plus, I know we got the blonde lawyer on retainer, so if it gets bad enough.
It's nice having her in the back pocket, just kind of like that extra security blanket.
It really is. It really is.
And she'll tell you, that's not my law, but I'll help. Like, I know how you talk in circles and you'll make anybody just kind of like, I want to drop this case. So yeah, it's great.
I was a Marine, right? So I know what it is to be in dangerous and nerve-wracking positions like you clearly are. What I would tell you, don't let your desperation be noticed. It's okay to be nervous. Nervous is normal. But if guys like me can see it, the people you don't want seeing it probably can too.
That's fair. With you, I have dropped my guard a little bit just because I know it's you.
Totally.
With other individuals, walls go up pretty high and strong. With you, I don't want to bullshit you on the situation that we're in.
I appreciate that. Actually, I take that as a compliment. I'm just saying,
I hear you.
Be careful, because you give off a certain vibe, a certain lack of confidence that draws the wrong types in. I should know the first few months after we split, we looked pretty fucking desperate and didn't suit us well. We had some bad apples come through that we ended up having to throw out. Just assume everybody's watching, which isn't going to help your nerves or paranoia, but...
Not at all. Thank you.
I wouldn't bullshit you either.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Were you, now if it's too much, were you ever in a situation where you were up against more numbers, more firepower than you had with your, I think it's called a squad, and you were able to come out on top without reinforcements?
Yeah, we were holed up in Fallujah, and the Republic Guard had us pinned down, and we had to basically wall up for about, I want to say 9 straight days without any support. The radio's been knocked out, and we couldn't actually call in any aid. And we had to really make a decision about what we were going to do, because we We were in a pretty stable spot, but not long enough to wait them out. We knew that there were airstrikes in the area, that they were looking for high priority targets, and I had to decide either to hold our ground and take the risk that we might get something dropped on us, or pick my guys and find our way out. Of course, I chose my guys. That's why I'm here. Sometimes running is the best thing you can do. Living to fight another day. And that's hard, I'm sure, even more so for you guys because of what you're up against, but there will always be another battle. So you have to decide, is this the hill you want to die on? Not just for yourself, but for those under your lead.
It's a hard overall thing. Like I said, I deal with more of the things you can't see. There are ones like us who they're all about fighting the fight directly in front of you, and they don't like to back down. And they follow that whole first one in, last one out, even if it means they never get out. That's Ryder was one of those kind of guru.
Sure was.
I have a few of them here who I know will lay down everything and won't want to run. And I appreciate that. And I've made it as far as I have because I run. I look at the calculated risk. If it's not something that we have in the odds, I skin out. I bug out. I'm out. I'm done. My big guys will not, regardless of what I say.
Well, that's a problem that it sounds like needs dealing with. You keep saying that you're the guy who deals with things that people can't see. Doesn't mean you can't be the guy or can't think like the guy who doesn't. Put yourself in their shoes and figure out what it is you need to say or do that will make them listen to you. Don't talk about what you can't do or don't do. Make it so that you can, but don't have to.
In a weird way, that makes sense.
I'm sure you do all the heebie-jeebie whoop-de-doo, but don't forget that you can also turn into a big hairy monster and tear something apart if you have to.
If I really have to, I can. Prefer dealing with the heebie-jeebie spooky guys, though.
Yeah. Encourage them to think like that and encourage yourself to think like them. Be a Swiss Army knife, not a butter knife.
I don't think you need to be shitting on butter knives. They're very useful, but
For butter.
I understand your... I hear your sentiment.
Really hard to stab someone with a butter knife. You can, but it just takes a lot of extra oomph.
Well, like you said, I can get big and mean and scary and hairy, so a butter knife in my hand.
Yeah. I'm not looking for a fight in that regard, but don't limit yourself. You have a gift that many of us don't have. And yes, that allows you to see and hear and talk to things that none of us can even comprehend. But if you want the ones who think like a battering ram to respect you, you have to recognize that you are also a battering ram who chooses not to be just that. And then maybe you can inspire them to think like that too. And recognize that they're not just one thing. And that they're more useful if they can do a little bit of everything. Everyone who comes in here learns how to fix a bike. everyone, even our runners, even our fucking bartenders. Because we don't want someone who's good at one thing. Because we could need something at any time. And maybe that person won't be around.
Swiss Army knife instead of a butter knife. I might use that.
You can still spread butter with a Swiss Army knife.
You
But you
can.
can also show someone what for. And open a cork.
And a can, and you can saw things. Okay.
Don't limit yourself by what you've been taught to do. You can do so much more than that.
Damn, you're a good leader. That makes sense.
I had a good teacher, believe it or not, as crazy as he was.
I got this kind of just pushed on me. And I'm learning as I go.
Someone must have believed in you.
Yeah, sometimes people are fools, though.
Then prove them right.
I'm trying every day.
I believe it. We'll keep an eye out for your marking, and we'll see what we can do to at least curb a few of these outbreaks, but we won't put ourselves in too much harm's way, just in case.
I'd appreciate that. And you do get into a sticky situation, and I don't mean Ricky. Just give us a call.
Is there any place you want us to particularly watch after to avoid any incidents?
He'll lean back in the chair and think about all these different areas coming up, and he doesn't want to put them in outright danger. If you can, he'll think about the university for a moment and then back away from that altogether. These houses, these vacant houses. The thing is, I don't know where these locations are. I'm planning to have a meeting with someone with this company, figure out more. And when I figure out what I can, if you can keep an eye on the vacant houses, ones that have been absent for a while. I don't know what they're doing, but something is going on with them.
Look out.
All right. Well, he'll push up from the chair and then he'll grab the pen. Can I keep this?
Yeah.
Sweet.
Looking for some entertainment? Or a
Possible
job?
leads. You don't want to see me dance, or maybe you do. I don't know what your privy is, but you do you, man. But no, I have a network overall of I like knowing things before other people do, and I feel like a lot of people talk at these places, so this might be another avenue for that.
All right.
He'll
it's,
grab his drink.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's proper manners just to finish your drink before you leave.
Yeah, he'll look at it. He'd only taken a sip. He'll down it, try to do it in one full gulp.
Give me a stamina and composure check. You're gonna be able to keep it down. It's not like you're gonna vomit because it's bad, but it's not that bad. It's just a matter of how much of it shows on your face.
Yeah, he's trying to keep a just straight face. Rage 1 still?
Yeah.
It's a 4.
Okay. With 4 successes, you gulp it down, put the glass on the table, keeping a straight face, and you see Bruce smile and just give a nod of his head. It's awful, but it works.
Yeah. Bartender, I drink, I try a lot of different drinks. That's not good. I will talk to Larry about making that proper.
I keep asking him to keep making it just so he'll one day say no and not make it because it's such an awful drink.
You should make him drink it. That's what you should be doing.
That's not a bad idea. I'd say put hair on his chest, but I know he can do that anytime he wants to now.
Very true. All right, I'll talk to you soon, Bruce. I'll keep you in the loop. You keep me in it.
You stay safe. As you head
Make
off,
his way out.
passing by Larry at the bar, who you could see is looking at you like, you good?
Solid. Kinda.
What is Jace thinking now?
He's trying to try to shake off this nasty taste he has in his mouth, this constant burning down his throat. But when he gets back to his bike, he'll sit on it and get his helmet ready, put it on. He thinks he covered everything, but every time that he gets into these positions where he has to basically have other people put their lives on the line, he feels like this is an additional responsibility to watch out for someone, to keep an eye out for these people who are willing and so are wanting to do and help him. So this extra weight sits on him, but then he thinks about the support system he does have right now. Aspen has been blowing up his phone constantly whenever it can. It's usually like 60 messages within 5 minutes as they finally come through. He still has Eliza, he has Stakes, and he has Izzie, who has had his back the entire way through this. So it helps that overall pressure that's sitting on his chest for a moment as he starts driving off. But that point where he needs to stop being the butter knife, it starts to need to be a reforged blade into something more useful instead of this one dimension. He's working on how he can reassert himself as the leader this SEP deserves instead of the one that he's been giving them. This off-put, this low confidence individual when he really should be putting on the facade that nothing's going to bother him, nothing's going to shake him.
And this is where we go to break. We'll be back in just a few minutes with the second half of tonight's very long story. Welcome back. As we return, we find ourselves in South Vermont once more. Jester, that building frustration of just being stonewalled time and time again has led to a little bit more restlessness on this particular day. It's caused you to need to get out of the room, out of the house even, because it just feels so stifling and depressive. Elias just gave so little leeway, and you know that coming from him, that's just a representation of just how much stonewalling the rest of the Sept would do. How pointless this entire exercise is, knowing the struggles that they're having in Tampa, knowing that's where you're actually making a difference. But Charles is here. He's responsible in some small part here, at least in his own mind and his own conditioning. And he's one of, if not the most important reason for you. So as you're stalking around the outside of the estate, hoping to get some fresh air, you move a little closer to the tree line at the edge of the clearing that makes up the house. For a moment, you think maybe I should go for a run, but after hearing that they were on guard about something in the woods, something that they think is so worthwhile and so significant that they need a hunt to pursue it, you choose the safer path and decide not to. Go ahead and roll me a wits and awareness. I will say you are at rage 3 now, after that conversation with Elias.
I got 3 successes.
As you're walking along the tree line, you do detect some movement in the woods. And being the survivor that you are, being the guru you've come to be, you know better than to just go looking obviously for what it is. So you slow your pace. You sharpen your senses, tapping into some of those guru gifts that are naturally bestowed upon you after the change. And that's when you hear the light footsteps and the soft murmuring of voices in the woods. Go ahead and roll me a dexterity and stealth to approach or to get a better view.
I'm gonna spend a willpower. Yeah, 3 successes.
Staying as silent as possible, you grow closer to the source of the noise. And that's when you see it through the tree line. Even though dusk is starting to set in and it's growing dark, 2 figures moving side by side. Ingrid and Katerina. You've seen the 2 of them in passing before, but usually just before they were about to part ways. Here, they are together. And as they walk, the most noteworthy detail is that they are holding hands. And they are stepping very lightly for 2 very large women. There's a gentleness to their movements and their actions And while they are on guard for everything around them, somehow you slip beneath their notice. And eventually, Ingrid turns to Katerina. I have to be going back. But I can't wait until we can be together again. And Katerina reaches up and presses one of those really pale hands up against her cheek. I know. This is what keeps me going. She leans in and gives her a kiss. And after that, Ingrid pulls back, and despite her fiery red hair, she has a rosiness to her cheeks as she stares at Katerina for a moment more before turning and dropping to all fours, going into a large red wolf form and taking off into the woods. Katerina watches her go and locks eyes with her as she turns a little bit of a distance away to give one last look before continuing onward. She takes a deep breath and lets out a sigh and turns to move towards the clearing, leaving the woods, resuming a life of responsibility and expectation. A weight that is so palpable in the way her posture changes, her muscles become more rigid. You've never, in the couple of times you've seen her as relaxed as she was for those few moments. You see a scowl take over her face. That Volkov Ice Queen energy becoming more apparent as she stops at the ridgeline, looks down, and then steps across. It's only then that she notices you, and her eyes sharply turn in your direction before softening just a little bit. Just a Silvertongue. Good evening.
Good evening, Katerina Volkova.
Out for an evening stroll?
Yeah, I needed some air. It's a little stuffy in the house.
Don't we all?
She'll look at the direction that Ingrid went and then look to Katerina. So, out for a walk as well?
Are you trying to hide
Not
any idea that
exactly.
you've seen them? Okay. You can see her jaw set.
I'm not going to tell anyone. Honestly, it's a shitty thing to do is to out someone before they're ready, so I don't plan on telling anyone. You should be more careful in the halls, though. I did see you two a few nights ago.
You should be careful as well. Others might think you are a spy sent here to dismantle everything.
I'm aware.
I think we both know they already think that foolishly.
They do.
I appreciate your discretion. Responsibility carries an even heavier weight in my family. And such things, even at home in Russia, have to be discreet.
Oh, I've seen some videos, so I've heard some things, definitely. Of course. Besides, what am I gonna do? Begrudge you a little bit of happiness in these times?
Ah, however short-lived it may be, for I'm sure her time is coming that she will have to return home to her people.
Have you considered going with her?
I think we both know that is not possible.
Why?
Leave it to the Silverfang to have to educate the Black Fury on familial responsibility.
But why is it a familial responsibility?
There are very few things left that we can look to in the nation. Very few pillars left to strive on. The nation is like a straw house, prepared to blow over with just a strong enough gust of wind. And if it wasn't for the pillars, whether it be tradition or legacy, it would be completely lost. I have known my whole life what it is I am expected to do. And while I do afford myself these moments of happiness, as you put it, I will not be cowed under that responsibility. I will face it strong and ready.
Just to make sure we're on the same page, what exactly is that responsibility in your mind? Is it having a child when, from what I understand, most of the Silverfings having Garu children is now a struggle? I believe you might be one of the last that actually were born from two Garu.
All the more reason to try, don't you think?
I think that efforts and responsibilities could be pushed to other things that could be more productive than trying for a child. What happens if the child isn't? What happens if the child is just human? What happens to them?
It will be no different in my eyes.
But what about the eyes of everyone else? It seems to be important in your mind. From what I understand, Charles's mother was not treated well.
All the more reason for a necessary change. Legacy gives, even if it seems foolish, a sense of hope that Gaia is still with us, that she still believes, that it is not just simply the death throes that is creating the last Guru to be changed.
And all that rests on Silverfangs.
Of course not. But that doesn't mean none of it does.
You know, in history, things didn't work out so well on people believing that Legacy was the great chosen ones to lead. Many sons of kings turned out to be very incompetent or mad or tyrants. Or all three.
You believe Charles to be these things? I would
believe-
assume not, as you are still here supporting him.
No, I don't believe Charles to be these things, but also Charles doesn't want to be king. He doesn't believe in the legacy either. He'll do it if he has to, if there's no other choice. But do you really want that to be a king? Do you want that to be a leader of our nation?
Are you fighting the fight for Gaia because you want to?
Yes.
Or are you fighting it as a guru because you want to?
Yes. My life was shit beforehand. Fighting for Gaia before I even changed. And now I have more power to do it. And more knowledge of what's actually at stake. So yes.
And every sacrifice this life calls from you, you make willingly?
Maybe not completely willingly, because some of the choices were taken out of my hands by our enemies. But that's more loss than sacrifice, but the chosen sacrifices I have.
Then
But
you
then
are.
again,
Go ahead.
But then again, I'm also trying to bring a change that maybe some of those sacrifices won't be necessary and there are other options.
On that we are agreed. But for change to be made, the others must respect that change and the one trying to make it.
You've talked to other seps, correct? Outside the tribes? Have you ever asked if anybody actually cared about the legacy of the Silverfangs? Or is it all just for your tribe? Which I get, like, your tribe has your thing, but do you think it matters outside of your tribe?
Let me ask you this. Would you prefer a leader that was plucked from a life unlike this, with no knowledge, no understanding, no grasp of what all of this means, or one that was raised in this and has known it their entire life?
I would not want a 16-year-old girl that has only been a Garu for 8 months
That we
to
are
be
agreed.
chosen. But I think that someone who has lived outside of this life should possibly lead once they've had experience in this life, like most of us had. It gives more perspective. Gives more perspective on what we're fighting, and it's not just Black Spiral Dancers and Banes, but what humans are feeling and what they go through.
Don't disagree.
As humans tend to be the biggest cause, right? That's what
Perhaps.
some people believe. I
But
believe
this-
that
Go ahead.
there are some that are bigger causes, but there are some that could help us and I think we need it. I don't think we're going to be able to win this with what we have.
I don't disagree with that at all. I do believe our outreach has been lacking. There was a time, long before either of us was alive, but sung about in stories and songs, where the Gurahl were a community, not only of Gurahl, but Ghislaine, and even those that weren't Ghislaine. A village. The Gurahl will only respect the Gurahl leader. For whatever reason the bias is, there is some truth to it. They are the only ones who can truly hear Gaia's call. And strength does mean something, not just strength of character. I, personally, would prefer a leader who doesn't want this. Because no one should want this. Tyrants want this. Selfish individuals want this because they are thinking of what they will get from it, what they will gain, whether it's respect or money or power or territory, or just the ability to do whatever they want, seemingly unquestioned. And I do believe there is more to this life than just living the fight. I do believe it is important to know what you are fighting for, to see the worm for what it is in all its forms. But I also think it is folly to drop all of this on someone, like they would do with Mari, like they've done with many Gurahl. Untaught, unexpecting. Can seem kind of hopeless, can it not?
Absolutely.
We are most hopeful when we are young, partially because we are naive. But this is how we learn. That is the time that we learn the best. But Gaia would have us learn much later in life.
Except our entire society and our culture doesn't promote us living long, does it? At least living of sound mind.
How can you, when you start this journey with doubt and fear? When you're told you have to give up everything you know, and that what was only a ghost story or a movie or a book turns out to be true and only part of it.
Therapy.
I'm sure
Everybody
it has its
laughs at it.
place.
You asked if I would willingly sacrifice for this. I did. Charles isn't my first love. I had been in love with a human. And unknowingly, he was targeted by a vampire, and his mind was twisted, and he was turned into, I believe they call them ghouls. We call them thralls, I think, without my knowledge. Till one day he showed up at one of our safe spaces and attempted to assassinate 2 of us. It was obviously he was sent in to mess with me as a suicide mission for us because he had no hope of doing it. Maybe for our elder, maybe for her. She was wounded at the time, but not for our rune that he was also sent to kill. I wanted to help him. Kind of against their better judgment, Aspen and Charles and the others held him, trying to see if we could get him clean. But in the end, I knew. In the end, I knew it wasn't gonna work. Because his mind was so messed up that I don't think there was hope for him. And so I chose to kill him. And if it wasn't for my pack and Charles, I would not have recovered. If it wasn't for kind of the therapy I've been through, I would not have recovered. So, as much as people laugh about therapy, I survived because of it.
I don't laugh at the concept of therapy. Ingrid is my therapy. Conversations like this are my therapy. It can take many forms, but the word, the concept, institutes a certain reputation, and does that need to be changed? Sure. So does the concept that the Silver Fang must rule, but it's not going to happen overnight.
No, but each person changing their ideas might help spread a change. Also, youth or not, hope isn't naivety. It's defiance against despair. And I have hope. Because that's all I have.
But you also have despair, don't you?
Every day. And I defy it with hope. Which is kind of tough here, honestly.
I ask you a question, not as a threat or any kind of insult. How long would your fight last if Charles died?
I know I'm on a time limit. But maybe I can build something that lasts beyond me.
That's not what I asked.
It wouldn't last long.
Every guru needs something to believe in. And it can't just be Gaia.
I agree.
Why don't we live long? Because of that despair. And because of what it does to us when we have to sacrifice our thing, whatever that thing may be. Jonas is a cautionary tale. It is true. Because his thing was taken from him. And rather than respecting that that thing died fighting for what was right, he only can think about what he lost. I am not Jonas. I have been raised with the understanding of loss and sacrifice. And just like you, I am being asked to sacrifice love for the good of the fight.
I don't think it's a necessary sacrifice for you.
Not necessary, but it's going to happen. Every day there's a possibility it could happen.
Then maybe it should happen for something, for the right reasons and not just a bandage. Tell me, what did you see when you talked to the other Seps, the people that you said came to you? What did they want? What were you willing to offer them?
Most of them wanted arms we didn't have to give, support that didn't exist. Really, what they all wanted was hope. You can tell looking at this place we do not have the numbers to be sending out packs to assist. Not now. But
But you
one
think-
day.
You think putting a crown on somebody is going to bring those packs in without actual actions to address why they left in the first place?
The king himself doesn't wear a crown. It's what he represents. It's what any leader represents. Someone who is willing to stand defiantly against that hopelessness, that has a plan, that has a drive, a motivation. The strongest of us in all forms. Because they will be assaulted on all fronts, emotionally, physically, mentally.
And you believe
And-
that to be Charles?
I believe the others believe that to be Charles. Charles is very impressive. Don't get me wrong. He was the best of our brood growing up here. But I don't think it just takes one. I think it takes all that they support themselves with. But that one needs to set the example, to show that anyone can do this.
Why does it have to be you and Charles?
It doesn't. In fact, I'd prefer it wasn't.
Who would
But
you
I
prefer?
believe it was your Mick Jagger who said you can't always get what you want.
Who would you prefer?
As Charles spent his whole life training to be a king, I spent my whole life training to be a queen. Because that is what my nation was asking of me. And while he is as personable as a piece of plywood, I would support him. Because our patron chose him. And if we do not acknowledge the wisdom of the spirits, We are forsaking them, and therefore they forsake us. And this is where the Silverfang part comes in. If we lose Falcon, what are we?
Whatever
We are-
we want to be.
Want. I want there to be no war. It is still happening.
It's not going to be enough.
What is? What is going to be enough for everyone?
Actionable options to bring them back.
Duh. Who is going to make those options actionable?
There's a whole set of Guru here that have been sitting here for damn near 2 decades that could have done making changes.
Oh, I do not believe this place to be perfect. I believe it to be extremely flawed and unwilling to let go of what should have died in that final battle. But to them, he is still a symbol, not a warning. Because he is old, in defiance of that age limit that you have so keenly brought up.
The problem isn't he's old. Your father, King Albrecht, if he was sane, would have lots of wisdom on what we have and the mistakes we made, what we've done right. The problem is he's not sane.
I know. So should we give up on him?
I haven't.
There are many who have. Because they don't care about what he sacrificed, they don't care about what he's done, what he meant, what he represented. They're too worried about what they want, what's happening to them.
Well, when what he sacrificed and what he want is kind of a past memory or idea, and they're facing every day with possibility of themselves or their special persons or their reasons for fighting being destroyed, kind of makes sense, doesn't it? It's what's in front of them.
Oh, I have no argument with that. Jonas either needs to get better or be replaced. This is a decision that should have happened decades ago. And they have tried, and some still refuse to give up on trying.
Might be good in the future, to have another option besides challenging for when the person in charge is no longer fit to lead. Maybe a vote of no confidence?
Possibly. But you do stand behind the idea of there being a leader.
Or 2 leaders. Or maybe a triumvirate. That's worked occasionally. 3. Yes. Someone is going to have to make the final decisions because people will just argue nonstop. I get it. I spent
I'm sure you've heard
a
of
good
it.
majority of my teenage years on the internet. I'm aware.
And I have no doubt you have been assaulted with that ever since this whole mess began. They say the king makes the call. But in truth, it is those that support the king that help him make the right call. I choose to fulfill the job I have been given because it allows me to keep him strong, to keep him making the right decisions.
But he's not. The current king is not making the right
I'm not
decisions.
talking about the current king.
He's not emotionally strong.
That's why he has you, duh?
We're working on it.
You make him better. Mari
not-
made Albrecht better. The problem was, he revealed he was nothing without her.
Maybe you should be queen.
Do not think the thought hasn't crossed my mind, and don't think my mother isn't constantly petitioning for it. But would you follow me?
If you were queen, what changes would you enact? What ideas do you have?
I agree with your ideas of no confidence. What is a leader with no followers? We're looking at it in real time. But I do believe challenges have a place. If you believe in something strong enough, you will do whatever it takes to make it happen. Even die.
Okay. I agree. But you do see the problem with the position now of challenging the king, right?
Yes, my
Whatever.
stubborn ass father.
Right. Which means that unless it's Charles or possibly another Silverfang, nobody has a chance and nobody has a say.
My father wasn't born that strong. He worked for it. He learned and he trained. If someone wants to be king bad enough, they just have to put in the work to beat him.
Unless they were putting efforts in trying to be, a person capable of leading aside from just strong arming.
Why is it
Things.
limited to one?
So, multiple people challenging him?
I meant one skill.
We both know how things work here.
Ah. But to change it, you have to beat it.
Usually, you only have so much time to do things, especially when you are fighting a war that's still raging, no matter what our leadership problem is.
Believe me, I know.
So, someone I think capable of beating your father would pretty much have to devote themselves to the skills required to beat your father in a combat, which doesn't leave much time for other things.
I'm going to let you in on a little secret. The challenge doesn't just take place on the battlefield. It takes place with how the challenge is made and how that individual presents themselves. It takes place in their conviction and their drive and their confidence. Those that have gone up against my father have done so out of fear. That is why they lose. I would like to believe, foolish as a notion as it may be sometimes, with things like destiny getting in the way, but I would like to believe that if the right person challenged to become king, no matter who they were, what tribe, what... they had the right stuff, my father would not stand in their way. The problem is the others have not.
What is the right stuff in your mind?
It's not about what's in the right stuff in my mind, it's the right stuff in his. I am not the one standing in the way.
But you know him.
Loyalty, honor, humility, confidence, and courage, which could be two words for the same thing. And hope. These were all qualities Jonas Albrecht once had. And I think my father can't see him for who he is, but who he was.
Those are admirable traits.
And most people who think they have them are lying to themselves.
I suppose. Maybe.
If you have to tell yourself you're courageous, are you truly courageous? If you have to tell yourself you're loyal, are you loyal?
I've heard there's a mindset that, you tell yourself something long enough, you start to actually be that thing.
Sure. But if you truly become that thing, you don't have to say it anymore.
Right. You say it until you stop being that thing. Or you start being that thing. Sorry. Yeah.
And some people just become it with no need of self-coaching or lying until it becomes true.
You believe you can possess those qualities? Do you resemble those qualities?
I believe I am what this life made me.
Do you think that's what's needed?
At this point, I believe what's needed is anyone who still believes. Truly believes. It's not you. Probably not even me. Because the things we're fighting for will one day die. To fight for Gaia is to fight for something that will outlive us. Hopefully.
I know. I said that before.
But I think we'd both fall apart if we lost the thing that we're fighting for.
Pretty sure Charles is out too on that.
Maybe. But he's also stubborn. And loyal. And dutiful. And I think that yes, he would one day lose if he lost you. But I think he'd be more worried about making sure it wasn't for nothing and that he could make you proud before he did. At least that's what I would hope. Because to love someone is to know them and what they really want. And if all they want is to be together, they are selfish. You said you willingly take on this fight. If he knows you, he will fight that fight for you.
I hope you're right.
I hope so too, for all of us. And not just Charles, but you, me, all of the people in that house. I would really hope what they fight for is the future. That we have a future. But I know that's not entirely true. Not for all of them. They would say the words, they would do the deeds. But I know many of them, including our king, don't see a future and are just worried about now. As are many of the Seps I've encountered.
We hate to change that mind frame. Got any ideas on how to do that? I mean, I gave therapy, but also, maybe talking to certain seps that fighting the same corporations, having them band together and start building a community amongst each other. If they're fighting the same boss.
Ah. All of your ideas are good, even the therapy. But they have to respect you enough to listen.
Isn't that what the stories are for?
There are plenty of stories about King Albrecht and how great he was.
He was great. I think yours and my stories are a little more recent, though, and not 2 decades ago or 3 decades ago.
Do you think if tomorrow Jonas Albrecht woke up and felt better, people would listen to him?
No, but I think if he felt better, he might have the mindset to step aside and pick somebody he thought was. Also, if he felt better, if we found a way to make him feel better, maybe that's proof that it can happen to others.
I think you've already proved that.
It's kind of tainted, isn't it? The one we did was a stargazer. Kind of taints that whole story in most people's eyes.
In the eyes of those who are too proud to want their help again, ah,
I knew I liked you.
do you know why I can say these things to you?
Why?
Because no one would believe you if you told them I did.
Oh my god, you are so like Charles. He said that to me once.
It's in our nature.
No, it's in the way you're raised. It's Iron Oath, obviously. But, I don't need to throw your name out there as proof of an argument. So,
I am a woman of the 21st century. I'm not immune to seeing how the world is changing, even though I live in this culture. We must change with it. But how? Because like you said, we're all fighting fights all the time.
need a better plan.
But when you have it, let me know.
Okay.
Thank you for your discretion and your understanding. I am grateful that you are here, and I'm grateful that Charles has someone like you.
You're welcome.
Now I must go. I have appearances to make.
Go get him.
Don't let this place drag you down. Let it lift you up. Because that's why it was built. I think others have forgotten that.
I will try.
That she gives you a nod of her head, and you see the softness almost vanish as she puts back on that hardened, stoic Silver Fang exterior. Her shoulders square and throw back. And she proceeds across the clearing towards the house. As opposed to your meeting with Elias, which was very doom and gloom, how is Jester feeling after this talk with Katerina?
I like her. She also hides like Charles does, who she really is. But I think underneath, we agree on a lot of things, and I think that alone is hopeful enough that maybe if there is time, we could come up with something better.
If there is time. It's easy to say time is a construct, but then you see that sun go down and get really sleepy. Never feels like there's enough time for the Guru. Not knowing the stakes, not knowing the challenges, not seeing the encroaching threat. In an ideal world, there's plenty of time. In a less than ideal world, you take what time you can. And if you're driven enough, you make more. We now transition to our next scene. Jason and Isidoro, you have made a decision to reach out to the Farah that some of you have only met in passing and some of you haven't met at all. First stop was the Ratkin. Got to start off a little bit easy, as the Ratkin are pretty well buddied up to at least one of you. Now it's time to work our way up a little more and take the next step, as you've reached out to Suni Laughs at Storms to have a little bit of a chat. Now, Jason, I would ask, as you have at least encountered Suni briefly, what are your impressions of her? And what are you hoping to achieve with this conversation?
Suni, she intrigues Jace a lot. The fact that she was able to give a lot of information that moment, that time she came to the cairn and was able to almost pull back a bit of the veil on a lot of things going on within Tampa, even for her short duration she was here. She has a innate ability to get information, and that is something that Jace likes a lot in people in general, someone who's able to find things out. And she does have that same type of drive, because can't let me verify this. He knows that she showed up at Piney Point. Now, he knows that was her, right?
You can put two and two together based off of what you've learned about her, yeah.
All right. So the fact that she showed up then when times were dire means that she is willing to fight. And the fact that there's a Gurahl with her, it'd be nice to have that guy in a fight too when push comes to shove. So he's seeing her as this focal point on how things can kind of change as far as how things are going in Tampa right now. The ability for her to pick up different things that others miss up. And this Gurahl, who is just a force to be reckoned with in general, he sees this as two allies that he has to get. He has to get these two to be on his side.
And Isidoro, you are walking once more into the unknown. Working with the Ratkin wasn't too dissimilar to working with any bone Nars. If they didn't just change into a different form, you'd think they were the same. Little bit sneaky, little bit secretive, proud of their dirt. But a Nuwisha, and now potentially a Gurahl, one seemed like just a myth. The other seemed like one of the biggest threats to Guru. and in stories was why they got rid of them. What are your impressions without having met these individuals? What is your mindset going into this?
Before I provide that, I guess a bit of meta knowledge of the two. Obviously, the Farah vary in their dispositions and abilities and where they are in the world. But as far as like Izzie might have not necessarily encountered, but mostly heard in like moot stories, where do Nuwisha and Gurahl rank as far as his own like knowledge?
Nuwisha would be the myth. They just don't seem like a thing. Were-coyotes, that even sounds strange saying. But Gurahl are something that are heralded as a mountain to be toppled, something to be overcome. There are stories and tales sung of, certain guru taking down a Gurahl or being able to best a Gurahl who are believed to be so strong and powerful that it would normally take at least a pack to take one down. So I would say there's a lot more context for what the Gurahl are, even though you've never encountered one, even though you wouldn't even know what to look for or what they could do. There's probably at least some history that speaks of them. The Nuwisha are an afterthought or overlooked or ignored.
I think then in this case, Izzie is very defensive, doing a sort of like double, triple check of any step we are taking closer to this meeting point to make sure, like, okay, we're going to be safe. Jason's looking fine. There's no onlookers because the myths of the Gurahl obviously overtaking his imagination. And then sort of playing in the back, oh, we're meeting Suni, or this is organized by Suni. He might have heard like one or two lines from Aspen, but other than that, he's sort of like, oh, I'll play nice, but like I'm really here to, be on the defensive in case the Gurahl decides to revel in its worm-worshipping ways, or so the stories have gone, right? So, yeah.
So rather than your usual meeting locations for meeting with individuals outside of your sept, which is usually the armature works, Suni proposed a very different meeting location. A skate park, complete with ramps and pits and rollerblades and skateboards. And as you arrive at this particular skate park, you can see that there are a couple of food trucks parked outside, and Isidoro, you recognize one of those food trucks immediately. The Mexican taco truck responsible for the meat hurricane.
I think as he's, trying to keep on Jason's flank, does a Jason.
What? Huh?
We can die.
I don't know if I need to have the shits right now, man.
Oh, come on. Listen, I'm very nervous right now. If we're meeting Suni here and this Gurahl is going to be, surely that's going to be like a thing to bond over, right? Like nearly dying to a multi-pound piece of meat wrapped in tortilla.
You know what? Fuck it. Yeah. He'll turn around and head back towards the truck. I swear, if my stomach starts doing the weird gurgle partway through this, I'm going to hit. It won't hurt. I'm going to hit you, and then I might shit on your shoes.
Oh,
as he
okay.
continues to walk up.
As you go and order 2 meat hurricanes, maybe grab a couple of canned sodas. You eventually go ahead.
Izzie would like to order 4 in total, if possible.
Okay. 4 meat hurricanes and a few cans of soda. You eventually collect your food and head towards the skate park. what you come upon is a very fun sight as you see the massive Braxton with his dirty brown hair and his insanely tight t-shirt and jeans sitting on a bench watching as Suni with rollerblades on goes over a lip and does a slight turn in air before landing and going back down again. As you approach, she ends up popping up onto the edge of the lip of this particular pit and giving the widest smile imaginable as she just waves her fingers like this to both of you.
We'll wave in response and then look over towards Braxton and then kind of give a little wave also, just to acknowledge it. He is seen.
He has most definitely seen, but like a Rodin statue, doesn't move. His arms are crossed over his chest. You can see that his biceps are insane, probably around 16 inches around. And he just stares.
I'll nudge Izzy. So that's the big guy over there. Oh, I'm not sure if you could put that together. And he'll start walking over towards Suni. And this is Suni.
Hello, Jason. Hello, Isidoro. Beautiful day, isn't it? Of course I know you. Oh, I'm sorry. Should I have said entwined smiles with claws?
Oh, we don't have to be so formal, I think.
Good.
I just... I didn't think my reputation preceded me. Hi, Suni, I presume. Yeah.
Yes, Suni. And she holds out a hand to you to shake.
He puts the burrito in the hand.
Oh, you brought lunch. How sweet.
The pack that feasts together, I don't have a follow-up. It just a nice gesture, I guess.
Well, it is very much appreciated. I'm sure Braxton will enjoy his after you have left, but I have a challenge for you. I assume that you made this meeting because you have something you need of me or questions. Usually Aspen is the one who does all the calling, and since I can't flirt with her, I have to challenge you.
So this can't just be a social call? We can't just want to see each other?
Where's the fun in that?
Well, you get to eat these death stacks of meat hurricanes. There's that challenge.
Absolutely, but don't you want to make some room first? Burn off some calories? I think you do.
Izzy so desperately wants to say yes. However, he finds his neck creaking as he looks to Jason for direction.
You're your own man. If you want, have at it.
Hey, I'm here to play.
This is
So,
a
what do you
group
got?
activity, Jason. Besides, you've got a whole skater boy vibe. I'm sure this will be no problem for you.
It's been a while since I've been on a skateboard.
It's like riding a bike.
It's not, but fine.
Besides, it should be easier now, what with all your Gaia-given talents.
Uh-huh.
So I'll tell you what. For each rotation you can make on a jump, I will answer a question. I have some options available for you if you're not feeling like balancing on a board. I just happened to rent you some skates. I think I've got your sizes down from the looks of you.
Oh, you really know stuff about us.
Yeah, she'll do that. I'll grab a skateboard. He'll walk over to where she had everything, grab a board and check the chucks and everything on it, maneuvering the wheels and see how well my youth comes back to me. And he'll walk over, look to them, and he'll try and drop in to one of like the little bowls
Okay, go ahead and give me a dexterity and athletics.
Rage still 1?
I think probably your rage has gone up to 2 now because
Yeah.
you're being played with and you didn't come here to be played with.
No. 3.
Okay. You are maintaining your balance and staying on the board. Nothing trick worthy yet, but you are making a couple of back and forths within the bowl. Feeling, okay, maybe it is a little bit like riding a bike. At least you can stay on the board. That's something. Just like when you've gotten on a bicycle after a while, there's still a little wobble as you find your balance, but you've got this. Isidoro, what about you?
Izzie is still holding the 2 burritos, and just to ask a general question, is Suni asking us to do both at the same time, or is it like one then the other?
It can be both at the same time or one at the other. It's a big enough skate park that there's room for everyone.
Okay. Izzie will sort of fret a bit as he looks to Suni and goes, "Can I trust you to hold these?"
Oh yes, I'd be happy to hold your meat.
You said that, not me. And with that, he will pass off his burrito bags and will get the board and shoes that were picked out for him, sift them on. I'm going to assume, if I can just roll a d10, high, he had a skateboard at one point, low, no.
Sure.
That's an 8. So
Okay,
he had like a springtime when he was like 14 where he was super into skateboarding, and that was it.
Yeah, everybody has that little edge for somewhere in their tweens.
What was the roll again?
It is going to be dexterity and athletics.
And rage 2?
No, I think you're at a 1. I think, well, no, you were nervous, so 2. Yeah, 2.
Okay. That is 2 successes.
Okay. You are a little less stable. Your pace is a little slower as you kind of go along one of the ramps. You feel yourself wobble a little bit, but you're maintaining a position on the board. Definitely not as comfortable as Jace appears to be in this particular moment, but you're hanging in there. You're actually able to like scooter around effectively. Enough of a warm-up for both of you? You ready to dazzle me?
You'll pop up out of the bowl and grab the board. All right. So I do a rotation. I'm assuming you want a full 360 of some sort. Or are we doing like halves count?
Do you want a half a question?
Do you want half a show? I'm assuming not. So I'll do a full.
Good. All right, gentlemen. Here's how this is going to work. We are going to do either strength or dexterity and athletics. If you are going to do dexterity, the difficulty is 3. Anything above 3 is considered a rotation. So however many successes above 3 are a full rotation. If you are going to do strength, the difficulty is 5, because strength can give you the push, but it's not going to necessarily give you the nimbleness to turn around.
Are there people around?
There are other people throughout the park, but not enough to... It's kind of like a midday thing, so kids are in school or, people are at their jobs.
The dice pool's not playful for this. Going to attempt Dex and Athletics.
Okay.
And hope for the best.
You could always try to shift into Glabro.
I was considering it. It's...
Looking at Braxton, you're pretty sure he looks like a Glabro form naturally.
All right, with noticing him, then yes, I will go into Glabro.
2 questions, one of which was the Glabro thing, which is going to be a bit easier for Izzie because he has the fair Glabro. So,
yep.
But The other was Hair's Leap. Would that be too much? Given the
No,
dimensions of the skate park?
not necessarily, because it depends on what you roll for Hair's Leap. And I will say this. If you do Hair's Leap, whatever you get in successes, you can add to your dice pool for the trick.
Okay. Is there, and just so I understand the danger here, is there a chance where too many successes is like immediately suspicious to people, or is it just going to be sick, nasty grinds?
It is definitely possible to be suspicious at a certain limit. I would say anything more than 4 successes is very noticeable.
Okay. Yeah, I think Izzy will shift into Glabro starting off.
Okay.
He keeps the rage.
Good on my rage.
You can see that Suni has taken the burritos and bags over and dropped them on the bench next to Braxton and positioned herself behind the backrest of the bench, just propping up an elbow and watching.
He'll look to Izzy. This is not how I saw this going at all.
I'm kind of happy. If we're handling the fair this way, I mean, the nation's basically saved, right?
Keep that optimism, buddy. He'll hit him on the back while shifting into Glabro and then dropping back into like another half bowl.
Okay, give me a dexterity and athletics. Like I said, the difficulty is 3. Any successes above 3 are considered trick worthy.
Contemplating spending a will this early on. Yeah, I'll do it.
Yeah.
And
For with a crit.
Okay.
A final mechanical question as I get ready to roll the Hair's Leap. Given that the Hair's Leap is utilizing Strength and Glory, you didn't give a restraint on using Strength or Dexterity for that roll. If I used Hair's Leap, I'm holding myself that I would be using Strength, or could I use Dexterity?
No, you could use Dexterity. Strength.
Okay.
The strength of it is to pop up.
Okay.
The dexterity would be to do something nimble and tricksy. If you were to do strength, it's going to be a little bit more rigid, but it could still be a trick, potentially.
Okay. So for Hair's Leap, I got 2 successes.
Okay, so you can add 2 dice to your pool. And it is going to be a good launch out, but nothing supernatural, nothing noticeable.
Uh, 3.
Okay. You did a dex and athletics?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so
Yeah.
you hit the margin, which means you did not fall off of the board, but you also didn't make a full rotation. You just kind of up and down. Jason, because of your critical, I'm going to count that as 2 successes beyond the margin instead of just 1. It is a very cool rotation. Maybe you did a nose grab as you made the spin all the way around, and you can see that Suni claps her hands as you land it.
He'll take a few deep breaths, a little shocked that it worked out, because he knows that's not what he planned. He planned on just doing a rotation. He grabbed the nose out of fear, but he lands it and tries to play it off.
Okay. So either you can stop now and ask your questions, or you can keep going and try to accrue more questions.
Look towards Suni. So how long are we supposed to do this? Do you have a time frame that you're on? Because I could probably do this all day if you wanted to spend all day with us.
I can think of nothing better.
I think Izzy, even in Glabro form, is still like wobbly as he's trying to get the muscle memory back. And he's like, oh my god, we can go like go-karting after this, right? I feel I feel like we're gonna have so much fun.
There is a cool go-kart track across the bridge over in St. Pete.
Hell yeah.
We'll think about it. He's gonna go over to one of the half pipes now instead, and go up to the top and get a few warm-up drop-ins, and then get ready to do a trick.
All right. Go ahead and roll it when you're ready.
Izzy's just going in again. He's gonna do the hair's leap. He loses a rage for that one, but down to 1.
I'm not gonna burn a will on every single one of these, just 3.
Okay. 3 successes is just enough to stay on the board and maybe do a 180, but not a full 360.
2 successes for the hair's leap, so that's 2 dice to the thingy madoodle.
Okay. Yep.
The dex. That's a crit for 7.
Okay. So you get 4 more questions. So now you're at a total of 6. You can either stop here or you can try one more time, I'll say, because we could do this all night, but it's already what it is.
Yeah. I think Izzy pulls the best rotation, airborne thing of his life, and he's never going to get that anywhere again as he... Okay. Jason, as your Arun, I ain't doing that again. Like, no way. It's not happening.
I think we've proven ourselves enough at this point. He'll get out of the half pipe and then kick the board up. Is that satisfying enough?
I'd call it the equivalent of edging, but yeah, I'll take it.
We'll take care of that later. He'll go and put the board back.
Promises. All right. So why don't you put some meat in your mouth and then ask your questions?
Okay. How crowded is this bench?
I would say there's a picnic table nearby that you guys move to.
Okay.
He'll grab the burrito and make his way over, sit on the other side, across from Suni, not Braxton, across from Suni.
This burrito is massive. Massive. Probably, you'd guess, in the realm of 3 pounds in size. All right. What would you like to know?
He'll look towards Izzy. You did better than I did. Do you have any questions for them? I'll reserve mine.
Izzy is immediately suspicious on how exact this whole questions asked thing is, and so he basically trips over himself to make this next statement not a question. It's nice to meet with you and learn if this or this does not count as a question to inquire about how you're doing.
Well, what are you doing? Are you saying it's nice to meet me or inquiring how I'm doing?
Yes.
I am doing splendidly. It is warming up. It's reminding me of home. It's not that chilly winter that you guys have here. And, it's just a beautiful day to be outside.
Good.
How are you?
I did something I hadn't done in, 10 plus years. I feel like I'm back home.
Feeling alive?
More alive than I've been feeling, let me tell you.
Mission accomplished. All right. I won't count that as a question, though most of my brethren would have.
Okay. Real question.
Mhm.
You've obviously been very supportive of us at the Sept of the Evening Star. I have not been present for it, but just hearing from Jason here, as well as Jester and Aspen, you came to our defense in some pretty dicey scenarios.
Well, a pretty dicey scenario, but sure.
Okay. I will address that singular then. I guess my question is, are you aware of the current challenges we are facing, namely with the Cult of Fenris, as well as some second thing? With that, he looks to Jason. Did you manage to find anything? I only got note about the bike club stuff, but I wasn't able to find much else other than places to look.
I got more leads. Nothing solid yet.
So yeah, that's my question.
I am aware, yes. Question 2. Pitchforks and torches and hang dogs. Yep, I know it.
Izzy feels a bit of rage rise up because he was expecting more conversation as he goes, okay. How are you willing to help us in that, if at all?
Depends on what you ask me to do. Question 3.
Jason, help me.
Yep. Suni, you play your game very well.
Thanks.
What my good friend here is meaning, with the cult the way that they are on the rise, you came to our aid without us really asking for it once. When push comes to shove and this fight does come to a head, can we count on you to, and he'll look towards Braxton making eye contact, if we are in dire need, to show up again? Because when you did the last time against the giant bird, you helped turn the tide. And I'd love to see that happen again.
Okay. That was quite a mouthful.
I provide that.
There is a very distinct difference between Piney Point and what was going on there and the Cult of Fenris. And that difference is what you would call the worm. We were happy to help out at Piney Point because Piney Point is what we're fighting against, right? All of us.
Right.
And so it made sense for us to get involved because we'd be fucking hypocrites not to. Can't say we're fighting the worm and then just let it happen. Now I know Braxton here would love nothing more than to bash a few Guru skulls. He is, well, got a hard on for killing your people, but
noted.
He's been very well behaved because he knows it wouldn't make me the most happy if he did it to you guys at least. But I don't know if you're going to sell him on the idea that he's doing it for you. So I would say this. If a situation happens where both of our interests are at threat, by the cult of Fenris, then you may find us to be supportive.
Well, then I'll see you in the fight, because if they end up taking us out, there'll be nothing here to stop them. We're the only thing in their way. So when you are saying that there needs to be a reason, the reason is us. And I know that you are well versed in how things operate in Tampa, so you are also in the know of why I'm here, not Aspen.
Okay, I'm going to use my opportunity to ask you a question. Why are you stopping them? As far as I know, then I know quite a bit, the cult is no threat to you if you don't get in their way.
It's the way that they fight. It's the collateral damage along the way. If they were to go and take care of the worm without the large amount of casualties that follow in their wake, we might be able to look the other way. Last time they were here, I heard that they went and just killed innocents because they could. They just they saw someone I don't like them, killed them. No rhyme, reason, just because.
No rhyme or reason that you knew. What if those were servants of the worm, thralls, or spies?
Those are possibilities, but we're basing that off of a what if. And now I'm not in their overall circle, so I don't know what they know.
Of course.
But basing it off of how I've heard they do things, and we have a certain member of the Sept who feels very strongly against the cult because of the actions they do. And I trust them and their feelings on it. And they've given me no reason to trust that these people, these Gurahl, are going in and doing things all for the betterment of taking out the worm.
Second question for you, because this does inspire a follow-up. If the way it's done before works so well, why are you losing?
Izzie will see the trepidation in Jason's face before leaning forward a bit. I can't speak for everyone. The reason why we fight for Gaia is oftentimes our own, but there is a certain inertia to the mechanisms that you're critiquing. I assume the Garo Nation right now. I have to assume. I mean, of course. Right?
Sure. I mean, Guru in general have done things a specific way for generations, ever since colonies popped up here and over in Europe. I mean, it's not like it's been the Impergium this whole time.
Yeah. I just feel like we are trying to do something a bit different, because the way the cult is currently acting, they are just doing what Garu often do, which is they look for the worm, any trace of it. Even in shadows, it seems like. And they'll claw and dig until there's nothing but a big old hole in the ground. And whatever worm you might have found in there, well, guess what? You made it 10 times worse, because now it's a wound in Gaia. And I know you have your ways. I don't know what you know, Suni, but
You could. You've got questions left.
don't make me waste them right now. Even just for us, several of our members have nearly been killed by the cult because they wouldn't do what they wanted in the moment. Just strength before everything else. And I can't abide that. There is way better methods to getting people together to defend Gaia other than threatening to gut them. And that's the danger I feel the cult presents, and that is why I feel like us at the Sept are trying our damnedest to make sure that we do not just do that except with a polite smile on our face, like Garou often do.
What it comes down to is the cult wants to eradicate the worm just like we do, but we want to do it and have a world to come back to when it's done. They don't care what gets in the way.
That's fair. But what world are you coming back to if it's a world that constantly propagates and perpetuates the worm, even if it's in small actions or deeds?
The way that our pack operates is we try to make every place better than we found it. Those little acts stack up. And we do, like Piney Point, for instance, that was a big hit. But we can't do big hits over and over again. There's just not enough of us. So the little acts, these things that we do, because I can almost guarantee before Izzy and I leave, we'll pick up the trash. We'll make sure this place is much better looking than when we arrived.
I would hope
That's
so.
what the pack does. It's our job to nurture Gaia as much as it is to protect her. To try and stop things from damaging her further.
Okay. So you say you wouldn't do big acts because you don't have the numbers. But if you sided with them, you would. Would you do
We
big
don't wanna
acts then?
If they were to follow, if they were to join us over here with numbers, absolutely. But there's no way in hell that we'd jump over and do what they're doing. Because, again, we want a world to come back to. They just want the worm eradicated in whatever means it means to have that happen. They see that it has justification at the end. We don't.
Izzy
Okay.
will look a bit mournful and ask Suni pretty plainly, are you familiar with the politics in our nation?
Yes. Fourth question.
Fuck. Okay, as someone familiar with the politics, you would know that the cult, when they were the Geta Fenris, had their impetus for leaving. And it is difficult to say that they aren't suspect in all the regions where the Garou operate, and that we don't come to blows specifically about the kind of things we're discussing here right now, but we're not actively trying to cull them or drive them out in the sense of they are just being cult of Fenris. We're seeking to unravel them, to bring them back into the fold, specifically because they are trying to inflict harm. And as a child of unicorn, it's a bit hard to stomach. And I'm hoping, really hoping, that they see reason, that maybe we're going to find something to unify behind, but there's only so many things you can come to terms with before things need to be resolved in the way that you are probably most familiar with the Garou resolving with.
Why is your reason the best reason? It was the reason of the nation that the Pharaoh got destroyed. It was the reason of the nation that the Impergium happened. Well, not the nation, the Garou, but you get my meaning.
Yeah.
Your reason has been the best reason, or the only reason, for centuries.
Suni, you've had chats with Aspen.
Hmm?
You're well aware of the stance that we have, and it's not of the stories that you've heard. We're taking a different approach. So Do we have similar aspects? Absolutely. And that's not one of my questions. That was just part of my statement.
I know the difference. Although if you'd said you've had chats with Aspen, right? That would have been a question and I would have taken it, but you were very clever.
I try. With that being said, trying to change a view of a nation is hard. And we're trying to do it here.
And in Vermont?
Yeah, very well-educated person. Sure, Vermont too. With that being said, the moving forward of us trying to get this new nation off the ground, we're adapting to how the world is. A lot of the old rules, and this is coming from two Guru who came from Old Nation. And there are things that are difficult because there's certain treaties in place right now that are really hard to stand with. But it is in the best interest of Tampa. And it's working out okay.
I don't think the issue was your intentions. The issue is it enough? It's the best for Tampa, sure, but Tampa isn't Gaia. It's a small part of it. It's a speck.
How's the fire start, Suni? You can have that be one of my questions.
I know what you want me to say. With a spark, with an action, with emotion. Sure. But it also needs to be big enough that people see a spark. If you're far enough away, if your actions, your spark is so small that it'll light a candle and not a campfire or a bonfire, who cares? See, what the feminists are doing is getting noticed. That's why you talk about them the way you do. That's why you're wanting to get rid of them. And I'm not saying they're right. Believe me, I am doing what my kind do best by poking holes in your theory. But you can't deny that what they're doing is something. Is it over the top? Is it aggressive? Is it destructive? Sure. But you've heard about it. How many people have heard about the things you've done? You don't know because you haven't met them. But
no, but I did hear about the things that were going on down here long before I even came down here. And the Guru who came before me, there was nothing here, and they were called here. There's a greater force. So yes, a fire does start with an action, emotion, a spark, a flame, something, and that's already been lit and it's being nurtured here. What Aspen and Jester and Artie started, what they have going, more Guru are flocking here because of what they have done, because we heard the call. I was asked by a patron to come down here. I don't know. Well, I do know what Izzie's overall reason for coming down here, but in a sense, it was to also flame, to give some life to something.
In a strange way, I'm probably closer to the Cult of Fenris in this analogy. So, hey, maybe that's an insight into we can work something out with them that isn't them doing what they're currently doing, right?
Right. But the fact of the matter is, something has been started and people are noticing. Guru are talking. So to say this place is going unnoticed, it's a false statement.
Oh, I'm not saying you aren't. Just, are you getting noticed enough?
In time. In time, it's going to happen.
I agree. The Revolutionary War started as a dust-up in the colonies. And then it changed the entire course of history.
Mm-hmm.
Do you believe the flame would keep burning without them?
Yes. There's enough people that believe here in the movement that they're doing. Would it take a hit? Absolutely. But if anything, it's going to fuel us more. Because they're not there to fan it any further, we have to pick up that slack. Someone has to feed this to make this happen, because this is the future of how we're going to be able to make this overall war come to an end, to stop what's coming. I had a conversation with an avatar of Fenris talking about a darkness coming here and that we need to be preparing. A darkness is coming to Tampa. They're trying to block out the flame. It's being noticed by more than just Gurahl at this point. And the cult is something that's trying to snuff us out altogether. And you came here for a reason, and you're staying here for a reason. And I'd hate for us to be gone, and you'd have to deal with the cult. Not saying that Braxton can't handle knocking a few heads, and I'm sure you can handle your own. I've seen you fight. But it won't be the same if we're gone.
Crack under Braxton.
Easy, big fella. I'm giving you a compliment. All right, you can take all of them out. Better?
He shrugs.
Izzy is on a knife's edge as that happening.
So Suni, avoiding the overall question of would you come to fight for us, and then saying if it came to a dire point, do you want to stay here if we're no longer here? Do you want to stay in a possible country where there isn't people trying to make a difference?
If I told you I had the answer that would keep you from being snuffed out, would you want it?
I would.
I'm not sure you would. But if you want to waste one of your questions on it, I will tell you. Well, I guess it wouldn't be a waste. It depends on how you take it. My guess it's going to be a waste, but...
Normally, I would take you up on that, but I try not to cheat, and I asked 2 questions in my last one, which brought us up to a total of 6. Now, if you want to give one freely out of good faith, gladly.
I was only counting that as one question, but if you really want to get semantical and rob yourself of another question...
He's trying to be honest.
I got one question in the chamber.
Okay, go.
All right, Suni. And with that, Izzy has this very tense Braxton. If we are having this much issue, if our plan is this so out of left field and subject to faltering and failing, why did you meet with us? Why did you have us do a little skateboard trick and now we're sharing a burrito? Why not just tell us to go home?
Because I know you're right. I know a darkness is coming. That's why I'm here. To get out in front of it. And because you're going to need all the help you can get when it gets here.
Sounds like a yes.
But I'm not going to waste or take risks on small little scrapes in the grand themes, in the grand scape of things. You want me to come fight the cult of Fenris? What if I die and I'm not here for the darkness? The cult of Fenris are only here for one reason. Because they could be doing what they're doing anywhere. But they're here for one reason. And until that reason is taken care of or satiated, they will continue to be here.
Izzy chews at the corner of his lip as he looks over to Jason, knowing that the Elias is kind of at the epicenter of a lot of this, and the leadership of the Cult of Fenris specifically, as he goes. So we're out of questions, but can I at least ask if expecting you to fight is too much? Fair enough. We're not obligating you in that way, not that we could, really. But could you at least help us keep the cairn safe? You at least acknowledge that the cairn is something to be defended, right? Even if you're not joining us as we strike at the cult or at any of their members, keeping the cairn safe, keeping Turtle safe, is something worth doing?
Yes.
Okay.
But I'm going to correct your statement. Expecting anything is folly. The world is chaos and unpredictable. To expect is to assume. To assume, you know how the saying goes. No, you can't expect me to fight the Cult of Fenris with you. Does it mean it's not going to happen? No. There's a reason they say expect the unexpected, because then you'll never be surprised. But also, don't expect. You won't be surprised that way either. Because then you won't be disappointed or proven wrong. You'll just be. You'll experience. Expectations are a 50-pound bag on your back. And you just keep heaping more and more into it. I expect you to do your job. I expect you to go to school. I expect you to do this. Where's the desire? Where's the willingness? Where's the possibility?
Those are what alleviate the weight. To remove overall expectation, that's nearly impossible just to be. You're always expecting. You were expecting something from us coming here today. You were anticipating, expecting, but that desire, that little game you had us do, that little bit of fun, remove some of that weight that goes onto our back.
Yeah, I did not expect any of that.
Maybe that's the point. I wasn't expecting anything. I didn't expect you to show up. Maybe I hoped that you would. But I never expect people to do what I think they'll do. Because if they do what I think they'll do, we've already lost. Because what do people do? Consume. It's not called consumerism because it's a fun play on words. I don't think people are the worm, but I think they give the worm everything it needs. And until that changes, we're not going to win. So you can dust up Fenris. You can pick up the trash on the ground. But people are going to keep feeding it. As long as there's nobody actually, genuinely stopping them from doing it. Not Greenpeace, not one of 1,000 committees that's constantly asking for money. The world needs to change to save it. And stopping Fenris in the grand scheme won't make a difference.
Jumping to the end is also impossible. You need something to step on.
Oh,
you
for
need...
sure.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure
with
you...
I'm with you. No.
Right.
I am with you. You still got to do it, because if they murder everybody and expose werewolves to society, we're fucked. But I'm just saying, making that the most important thing, thinking that that is the biggest threat, is dismissing all the other threats. You think it's present, you think it's here, you think it's now. No, it's been present and here and now the entire time you've been alive. That's just a symptom of that threat. Why did they get upset? Because they were losing. So they ran off to get violent because they're sick of losing. They want a win, a genuine win, and they can't scratch that itch because they're not winning with what they do, so they just keep going. What they want is glorious deaths in defense of Gaia. That's really what they want, because they don't think winning is possible anymore.
That's a lot to take in.
It's not wrong.
No, there's truth in it.
You have to acknowledge the current threat. It's true. The most violent, direct, obvious threat. But you can't ignore or forget everything else, because then you start to take it for granted. You start to just get used to it. And we should be. We've been living it in our entire lives. We don't know when colonization happened. We weren't here when the Industrial Revolution happened and saw how things changed. If this is the society you are working to preserve, you've lost. Because this society is eating itself alive.
Trying to stop a rot from happening, you normally will go to its core. You're saying in this that we are picking along the outsides and not necessarily zooming out to see the whole picture.
Kinda, yeah. You took down Piney Point, you stopped thinking about Pentex after that.
Didn't really stop. Other things came up in the area that we're in. And I
There's
agree.
always gonna be other things.
Correct.
That's what they want, you to get lost in the chaos of it all. Prioritize. What's going to do the most good in the grand scheme? The darkness is coming, and it's not going to care if you beat Fenris or not. It's not going to care if you picked up the trash on the ground. It wants to end everything, because it thinks that's the only way.
You think it's nothing picking up the trash, but it's preserving what we have.
Oh, no. You should do that, but you shouldn't have to think about it. You shouldn't have to claim that's you doing something better. That should be second nature.
It should be. You're right. And there should be more people like that.
But it starts with a spark, doesn't it?
It does. It really does. And I'm hoping the flame tender gets back here sooner than later.
I had a lot of fun today.
Yeah. been intriguing.
When I'm needed, I will be there. I promise you that. But if you're expecting me when I'm not, you're going to be very disappointed.
Noted.
I don't get it, but okay.
It's a thinker.
She literally just talked about it like the last 10 minutes.
I get it, but if I'm not expecting it,
Right.
like I'm not expecting her to come, say, like within the next hour to see me.
Mhm.
But now I'm thinking about it, so is that expectation now something where she might show up?
In a way.
Yeah,
I'll-
you see,
No one expected us at Piney Point, and we were there. Because it was where we needed to be. It was the right thing to do. You can inform us of your plans, but you shouldn't count on us to arrive.
that I can understand. Do you have a preferred way of contact? Just phone?
I have a phone.
Or... Okay. Just, I wasn't sure if there was another mystery to be solved here.
No. There's something good
There's
that came
more.
out of technology. It does connect us more, even if it is dooming us all to oblivion.
If something comes up, we'll reach out. Or expect us not to reach out.
I will ensure Turtle survives this. No matter
Thank you.
what.
And that's from you. Braxton, you'll look towards him. You good on that?
Yes.
It speaks. Wow. Thank you.
Pleasure to make both your acquaintances, Suni. Braxton. Enjoy the burritos. They're on us.
You have to be more scared of the lizard lady than you are of him. And she's next, isn't she?
Not wrong.
We have no secrets to hold from you, it would seem.
Yeah, watch long enough, you see people make the rounds, you know the routine. You're working your way up to the scary one.
Yeah.
It'll be fine.
Yeah, you will. Just don't kick her gators or litter in her swamp. Pretty straightforward.
But we shouldn't expect that, though, right? To be
No.
fine?
Yes.
Okay.
You're getting it.
I think so.
To expect is to make room for failure.
Okay. I'm really trying to learn from this, I swear. And with that, Izzy is just sort of like biting his nail, trying to be his best like philosopher pose in the picnic table.
Well, you have places to be and things to do. Busy. You know how to get a hold of me.
He'll stand up and he'll nod towards Braxton. Thanks for this. And all the things to come forward.
Mm-hmm. Don't forget your double fist of meat.
I'm glad you noticed. He'll grab it. And then as he grabs it, he thinks to himself, don't be butter knife. He puts it back down and looks at Suni. I'm going to be at Ocean Prime tomorrow at 8 o'clock. I expect you not to be there.
Okay.
I'll be on the reservation for 2. He'll grab his meat and tap Izzy on the shoulder. Let's go.
Izzy has a bit of a double take as he's trying to figure out what just happened before doing as Jason says, rising out. Pleasure again. Enjoy the burritos. See you around. And with that, he'll do a little bit of a jog to match Jason before.
As you start to leave, a vice-like grip grabs your arm, stopping you in your tracks.
He is frozen.
Braxton leans in really close to you. I'm going to fight you one day. You better be ready. And then he lets you go.
It's a promise, then. I'll try not to die.
That you can expect.
I'm getting messages, but I think that's for another time.
All right, as you depart the scene, what's going through your minds? Jason, we'll start with you, and then Izzie.
Oh, his mind's going in circles, trying to understand by not understanding what just happened. She brought up a lot of interesting points, different viewpoints that he normally doesn't take. But they're points that can be beneficial in the overall leadership of the sept. To take in consideration every possible angle can help prevent things from happening. And her overall outlook on life itself is different than Jace, where he tries to predict everything coming up as just a part of him so he can prepare for everything coming up. And he finds something very just intriguing about her in general. Braxton scares the fuck out of him. But there's something about Suni that he's very, very intrigued about.
And Izzie.
Izzie has this moment where he had this whole introspection thing going before the brick wall that was the Gurahl's "I'm going to fight you" closing line. And for the first maybe like minute or so, as Jason and Izzie are walking away, that's the only thing he's thinking about. Like, I have to prepare for this. How do you even prepare? Just a laundry list of like, how strong is a Gurahl? The legends say an entire pack is needed. And as that sort of like the adrenaline drops off, the hype, the warrior instinct to like actually do battle goes away. He thinks back to the majority of the conversation, which was with Suni about introspection, and a lot of Izzie's outlooks are immediately called into question because, to be kind to my own character, he does not have that many outlooks or lens of analysis. And the expect the unexpected, how to look at the big picture thing really sort of like scratches a part of the brain that I don't think he's flexed. And even just the planning but not anticipating thing is going overdrive in his mind, as he not only looks at it through the lens of like other people but his own life, because he would have been a very different Garu, a dead Garu probably, if Terrence did not just go outside the comfort box and reach out to him, or if the people up in West Virginia didn't caution him. Just the sort of like cascade effects that put the brakes on that. And then as he looks at his own train, he now pivots that to the cult of Fenris of, okay, I was initially looking to just destroy them, but is there a way now to maybe divert that energy? Because they are an enemy, but they are not the enemy. They are not the worm.
To expect is to determine a result, to decide before the event happens. I expect you to be somewhere. That means I am deciding for you that you should be there. And I will be disappointed if you're not, or I will be upset if you're not. Expect the unexpected. That's one of those sayings that just turns in on itself, because it's like, well, if it's unexpected, how am I expecting it? It's the ceasing of expectation. But that doesn't mean you can't plan. You just can't expect the outcome to work a specific way. Because rarely does it. You might still be victorious because of your planning, but did it go exactly as to plan? like you expected it would? Abso-fucking-lutely not. You have to get rid of the expectation, but that doesn't mean you have to stop working towards an objective, that you have to stop making plans, because those are just contingencies in reality. But still, there's always the X factor, that unknown, that thing that you didn't account for, even if you think you've accounted for everything. You might have planned every single detail of a battle, and then you wake up with a cold. You didn't plan that. You didn't have a contingency for that. You're still going to go fight, but are you going to be at 100%? We now transition to our final scene of tonight's story. Aspen. Boy, oh boy, this fucking trip. Every time you think you're going to get an answer, you just get some aggravating philosophy or turnaround. But you're not going to stop trying. That is not, funny enough, the Aspen way. But it's also not the Silverfang way. So like two diametrically opposed foes, to quote Hamilton, you just keep coming up against each other and falling flat. Maybe it's stubbornness, maybe it's determination. Whatever it is, when you bring a rock to a battle with a boulder, you're just going to be making a whole bunch of noise until one of them cracks. And unfortunately, a boulder's got a lot more mass than a rock. Are you willing to wait for it to crack? Are you willing to sit there and smash the rock against the boulder until it breaks? Because that could take a long fucking time, and you have already been here longer than you want to be. But also, which is more important? The short-term battle or the long-term war? It's hard to say. As you're thinking about all of the obstacles you've had to endure, while also being mindful of the fact that shit's going down back home, you seek out Seraphine DeLuc, the herald, ambassador, voice of the Gurahl nation. And needless to say, you find her in the foyer, busying herself, moving around, her hair braided up into a crown once more, as it often is, her clothes pressed and fitting just right in all of the right places. Presentable is a word that can always describe Seraphine DeLuc. And as you approach, she looks to you and a light comes in her eyes as she says, "Aspen, it is so good to see you. I'm so sorry we haven't had a chance to talk."
Absolutely. Did you need help with anything? And she presents the same smile, but it just doesn't quite reach her eyes the same way it used to.
Actually, I would love your help. We have a fantastic opportunity coming up, and I was going to save the surprise, but you're here, so I might as well tell you. There is a hunt being held in your sept's honor.
Oh, that's fantastic. That's quite kind of you all to have us involved.
Well, it seems that the king is getting to a place of being prepared for visitors, and so we thought we would make it a grand affair so that you haven't been waiting here for nothing.
I don't think it's for nothing. I do find myself a little restless in all of this. Not quite getting my bearings the same way that I do in most other places. But then again, I'm usually, the one in control, so it's kind of hard to let go of that.
Well, the training grounds are always available for your perusal. If you need to work out some of that energy, feel free to engage. I'm sure there are many here that would be happy to train with you or spar with you if you had the need. And of course, there are some exclusive woodlands that are good for a run if you need that.
Well, my battles tend towards courtrooms and not so much training rooms, so a little out of my element.
I'm sure many would think of this as a vacation, but not you. Am I right?
Absolutely.
Well,
With this hunt,
yes,
though,
go ahead.
I'm fascinated about this hunt that we're going to be having. What are we hunting?
Honestly, I don't know. Winter's Breath has found a suitable prey that he believes is worthy of a hunt.
The Galliard didn't get the story of what we're hunting?
It's killing me, Aspen, I have to tell you, but we've all trusted our master of the hunt's knowledge, and I'm sure details will be forthcoming once the hunt actually begins.
I guess I'll just have to wait.
Well, you know lupus borns.
I do. The best of us, really, if we think about it.
You know, you're not wrong. I do appreciate the brilliant simplicity of how the lupus born see the world. It's not all complicated with manners and etiquette. While they have that, it is very straightforward. And that I can appreciate.
Me as well. I find lupus borns to say what they mean and mean what they say at any given time, and it's a breath of fresh air.
Well, if you're offering your assistance while we talk, maybe we could work on decorating the dining hall for after the hunt. There are preparations to be made, and this would check something off of my list.
Absolutely. Whatever you need.
So as you follow her into the dining hall, she ends up having Ghislaine bring forth candelabras and, plates and the whole deal. There are, garlands being hung up against the walls. She's really trying to dress up the place, rolling out a very nice table runner that goes down the full length of the table. Some seat cushions and backings that drape over. It looks like they're preparing for a wedding, effectively.
It's quite fancy. You seem to be much more than just a face here, almost as a host. Do you guys get a lot of visitors?
Unfortunately, not as of late. But I think your visit is worthy of such extravagance.
Very much appreciate that. Thank you.
And to be completely honest, you've given us a wonderful excuse to remember the old days.
It is nice having others around. Others who understand what it is to fight the fight together.
Agreed.
How do you feel being host here? You enjoy it?
It has been the greatest honor and pleasure of my life to serve at the king's whim, to be at the heart of the nation, the heart of all these stories, to serve one of the greatest guru known to man, or known to guru kind. It is
Fair.
a privilege and an honor.
It's got to be really nice getting all of those stories, being right at the heart of it.
Yes.
So what story would you spin of everything going on now with the potential new king and whatever it means at the end of the day? How would you spin that story?
Funny enough, I would take a story from the Bible. The story of the prodigal son.
can't say that I'm very religious. I don't think I know that story.
A merchant had 2 sons. They were extravagantly successful and wealthy. And so one of the sons asked for their inheritance, asked for their piece of the pie, and went off and lived it up. The other stayed behind and continued to work, to save, to build. The son, who headed off, went through all of his savings, drinking, dining, traveling, until he found himself broke and destitute with nothing to his name. And so he returned to his father, basically on his hands and knees, asking to be taken in, for he had next to nothing. And his father welcomed him. And while the other son, who had stayed, who had toiled, felt a great deal of resentment over the return of the prodigal son, it was the father who said, "He is my child, and I will love him like no other, but I love my children equally," which is something that the responsible son struggled with. Because some believe they must buy their family's affection, whether it be through work, or dedication, or loyalty. But some of that love is just inherent. The love between a father and son, yes, there is upkeep, of course, but there is also just a core feeling. Doesn't always ring true, but when it does, it is profound.
Who would be the brothers in this story?
Well, I believe Charles to be the prodigal son. He has gone off and he has had his adventures. He has seen the world. But now it is time to return home and to honor his family. As for the other brother, well, if I'm being completely honest, there are many within the court that could fill that role. Because here they stayed. Here they toiled. Here they struggled. Here they attempted to help our beloved king. And yet they might be passed up by the one who left. But I don't think they're getting the true lesson of the story. I think we're still in the final pages.
Would you put yourself as one of those brothers in the story?
No, I'd put myself as the narrator.
Watching it all happen.
I think galliards serve an important purpose because we record events as they happen, but we also help enforce the moral of those events, to find the purpose, the reasoning. Battles aren't glorious because one guru defeated some immeasurable threat. They're glorious because of why. They're glorious because of what purpose it served. What is the lesson of that battle that we are reflecting? Even if it is just sometimes wisdom overwhelms glory or honor.
It's true. My best friend is a Galliard. If that hasn't been clear.
Just her
and,
silver tongue, I would assume, with a name like that.
Right. And she talks about stories being used to tell morals, but also to motivate and to give your expectation of the story as well, to tell it in a way that it means something to somebody. And sometimes that changes what the moral may be. Do you believe that that should be the moral of this story?
I believe the moral of this story is things will unfold as they should.
Even with destiny being what it is.
Yes.
So you do not subscribe to the idea that a destiny is the only way to go in something?
No, I subscribe to the belief that destiny sets us on a path. Whether it's to ignore it, or fight against it, or to fully embrace it. But one way or another, that destiny will play a part in the end result, but maybe not in a way we expect. You've got me thinking all philosophically now.
I love it. I find it fascinating. It's one of the funner conversations I've had since I've been here.
They have put a great deal of weight upon this prophecy because they are holding on to whatever they can in dire circumstances. So if that is what brings them comfort, if that is what gives them hope, if that is what keeps them getting out of bed every day and fighting the fight such as it is, who am I to fault them that?
But you don't believe it the same way?
What I believe doesn't matter. The story is going to be written, and that is the one that's going to hold the lesson.
It does matter. Of course it matters.
I believe Charles would be a very capable king. But I also believe one who shirks their responsibilities shouldn't lead.
So if it was, I don't want to say your choice, because we all know there's much more to the choices being made here than either of us have a hold on. But in a perfect world for you, if you were to write the story, who would become the inheritor of the fortune?
Well, in a perfect world, the last battle would have been just that. Then there'd be no need for kings.
I agree.
But in a ideal circumstance, I do believe if Charles truly learned the lesson of his walkabout, he would be fit to take the throne. Because that's what it was, an opportunity to see what you were fighting for. You can't live your whole life here and expect you know the struggles of others, that you get the core of the fight. How can you know what Gaia is if you don't recognize that Gaia is in all things? So ideally, yes, the prophecy would unfold as it is, because the prophecy proclaims darkness to come if he does not. And while I don't necessarily put a great deal of stake in prophecies, I'm not sure I'd prefer to risk it.
Fair enough. I think that's kind of the thing with prophecies. It's always something scary or unpredictable.
True, otherwise it'd just be spoilers.
Right. What happens to the narrator in the story? 'Cause nobody really talks about the narrator.
Well, I suppose the narrator writes the story and then move on to whatever their next great story is.
But they do watch the stories often.
Well, they have to if they're going to be told.
But I think the narrator sometimes should have a bigger part in all of it.
Perhaps, but that brings bias. They say that history is told by the victors.
Mm-hmm.
But it's never the whole truth, is it? It's
No.
their perception of the truth. If we can stand apart from the events as they unfold, we can watch them with an unbiased perspective. And we can tell it somewhat factually, certainly. Or we can dress it up in pretty ways where there's heroes and villains and good and evil. But honestly, I just want this nation to survive.
What happens after?
Well, hopefully our tale that is being written of our dear king isn't one of woe. You can't have conflict, or you can't have a story without conflict, it's for certain. And Jonas has experienced a great deal of conflict in his life. And I would love this story to end with honor and glory befitting such a man. And then we can begin the new story, honoring his legacy, but also moving forward. Because I don't believe songs should drag us back to the time that they were written. I think they should, as you said, embolden us, teach us, but also remind us of where we've been to help inform where we are going.
What do you predict the story moving forward will be? Because we are predicting stories, right? We are talking about the prodigal son. We still haven't seen the end of it. So what would you predict the story would be if the prodigal son is how the story is told?
Well, I believe the first few days of his rule will be difficult. There will be resistance. There are those who still feel hurt by his unwillingness to return, his unwillingness to heed the call that he has been spending his entire life preparing for. So yes, there will be struggle, but I think through that struggle, we will find unity. And he will lead us into the next great era of the Guru Nation. Because those that struggle inspire.
It's true. But if the story is of others resenting him and not wanting him because of those struggles, do we not look back to old stories where others have left because they felt unheard or had resentment?
True. But a lot of those stories don't end well. They end in war or strife or collapse. And then they're rewritten by the victors to say, we rebelled and we won because the other side was so evil, so wrong. But really all it is glorified death.
Do we worry that that'll happen again? Because with stories, they talk about history repeating itself. And if there's a similar pattern, do we worry that the resentment will cause others to leave?
It's possible, but I would hope after waiting all this time that they would give it a chance and be grateful to have an opportunity to move forward and to not let this story be a tragedy.
And hypothetically, if that wasn't the case, if it was, because I do understand Mari is in waiting as well, how does that turn out?
Hypothetically, if Charles were to refute the throne, to reject his claim, Mari, as the chosen heir, chosen by the king himself, would need a lot of support. But I believe that true greatness can come from the most unexpected of places. And I believe that with the right assistance and guidance, Mari could also be a great ruler. At least I would hope.
Which is the preferred?
My true preference is just that we survive this. In full honesty, Aspen. This decision, this moment, could be the defining moment that decides the fate of the nation and potentially the war. It comes with a lot of pressure. So my preference would be that we succeed. But I'm just a narrator. I just hope I'm still here to tell the story after all is said and done. Or else someone will have to take over in my stead.
I get that. It's difficult being stuck in a position without real choice in it all.
What about you? You've been here this long, you know the stakes, you know what we face.
I do. Don't know if you want the opinion of an outsider.
We're not an outsider, you are family.
Well, it's an interesting way of putting it, I suppose. I do struggle with the prospect of a child on the throne.
Understandable.
For her safety, really.
Once upon a time, all great adults would have been viewed as children in modern eyes if it was based off age alone.
That's why things have changed. That's why we don't marry off 12-year-olds.
That is true.
And I remember back when I was that age and I could tell you I couldn't run a nation.
But that's...
May have thought I could, but I couldn't.
Oh, I remember my teenage years as well, and I can understand that sentiment. But she wouldn't be running it alone. It's easy to assume that her being named queen means that she has to face all of this by herself, but working together is inherent in what we are. It's in
But
our
she would
instinct.
she would be responsible for it. It's a lot of what I've heard in the grand scheme of this choice, this decision is having someone who will take that responsibility on, for better or for worse. And that's a lot of responsibility for a child because regardless of who is helping, she's going to be the one responsible for it in the eyes of everyone around.
It's true. She will have quite an uphill fight ahead of her should she take the throne. It is a sad state of affairs we find ourselves in that whoever becomes the next leader of the Guru nation has to put back together all of the pieces that have fallen by the wayside. But someone had to build it once too, out of nothing. And the fact that it's even here proves that they did.
Some would say with an iron fist. We've got a seedy history a little bit, but
You're not wrong about that. Mistakes were certainly made, and I would hope nobody looks upon those times as the best times the Guru have ever had.
some do see that as one of their reasons for leaving, though.
Yes. We cannot take away the free will of the Guru. But we can give them an opportunity to recognize the benefits of what we have and how we can learn from our mistakes. A fresh chance to have their voices be heard after years of silence. I'm sure some will ignore it at first. Others will take it with a grain of salt and very little hope or expectation. But I really hope that they'll at least try. Because you won't know if you don't try.
Truer words. What do you want? Besides the nation surviving, I just wonder, individual, like as a person.
Well, since we're staying in the realm of the philosophical and the hypothetical, I will help that one day I leave behind a story of redemption, of possibilities. I hope that I leave behind a world that is better than how I found it. And that we are actually making headway in this war instead of slowly succumbing to it. I don't expect to win it. I think that's foolish of any of us. There is far too much to be done and not nearly enough time even in a Guru's life, even in the oldest of Guru. But if we can at least move a little bit back in the direction that we've slid so far from, I will consider that progress. And I hope that I was a contributing factor to that progress and not a deterrent.
Again, another difficult thing, because We don't get to say who tells our story, right?
No. Can I ask you a question?
Of course.
Do you trust Falcon?
I think Falcon has his reasons.
Not what I asked.
A difficult question to answer, to be completely honest.
Shouldn't be.
Well, faith wavers for all of us at times.
Certainly.
And I find it difficult in these moments to find the faith.
Just as Gurahl have free will whether to follow a king or not, in these modern days, you have free will to choose a patron. Is there a patron you would trust more?
I don't think I've given myself enough time to think about all of that. I think there's a lot of new things that I've discovered about myself here that I'm still parceling through.
May I ask you another question?
Of course.
What did you happen or hope would happen with you coming here?
Well, I guess I wasn't quite sure what I was expecting here. Hoping to see how things were here, how people interacted with each other and with the ideas of the nation, and I don't know, I guess see what it was all about, and hope that what I saw was good.
I hope you don't think too unkindly of this place when you leave. You have come at a difficult transition point for all of us. And I know that doesn't always give the best impression, and I wouldn't ask you to lie. I think there have been far too many lies told to Gurahl and amongst Gurahl.
I agree.
And I hope that when all is said and done, you'll recognize the importance of the struggle we've been through. And maybe you'll find a little bit of faith amidst it.
Talking to you does help with the hope part of it. I can't say that for everyone I've met here, if we're going based off of being honest with each other.
I know the question's been asked many times, why hasn't anyone else tried to step up and take the throne? Because we have faith in Falcon and his vision. He saw, well before any of us, what was coming.
Have you spoken to the other spirits?
Those that still come here? Unfortunately, I'm not much of a theurge, but there is a great deal of anxiety and stress, but so was there before the forging of the crown. History does have a knack of repeating itself, and I hope that even if times do grow darker ahead, the vision is of the light to come.
What if there was someone else that came through? Because from my understanding, it's challenge the king for the throne, and anyone could. That's what I've been told while I'm here. If, say, Bonar were to come through, challenge for the throne and succeed, would you be able to confidently say that the people here would follow that loyally?
Can't speak for other people.
You know them better than I do.
There would be some who question it, undoubtedly. As Silverfangs, we're so self-assured in our ability to lead that I think many have forgotten to follow. To become a good leader is to be a follower as well. But also, if there was another seeking to take the throne, they're taking their sweet time getting here. And there's
Very
not
true.
a great deal to pick up by taking it. Whoever wants that throne, whoever takes that throne, as I said, has their work cut out for them to make it something worth revering once more, as it should have been always. It is quite the task. And I think that's why nobody does.
Yeah. Or maybe part of it is that people are afraid to because of how, well, the politics of all have made it all.
Of course. That is part of the issue with free will, is you can't expect what others are going to think or do or want or how they're going to feel about any given issue. I still think it's important and that we should have it. But I am also not seeking to be king or queen in this case. I'm not responsible for the free will of others.
Fair.
I am very comfortable in my role in this court as narrator, as amplifier, I suppose, of the voice of the court. But I do not admire whoever has to make that choice. At least in that choice. I admire them for doing so when the time comes, but I do not admire them in the choice they have to make and what they'll have to do. But if they do, they will either be the greatest or worst of us, as is often the story.
Do you believe in fighting for what you believe in? Even if it were to go against what most would see as acceptable?
I'm still here, and I don't know if you've noticed, but there aren't a great many others filling this dining hall at the moment, so I would say I already am.
True. I just know there's a lot of opinions out there. And whoever's on that throne, you're going to be challenged. And I hope to see something different.
As do we all. I would hope, whether it is Charles or Mari or even another, they take all of the best things that Jonas brought to this nation, as well as some of the best things of their own. They're going to have struggles, they're going to make mistakes, they're going to have flaws. And those flaws are going to be judged quite critically. But if they have the will, strength, not just in body, but in mind and spirit, the drive to do good, to lead, then I believe they will bring hope. And they will change minds. And they will earn the loyalty of the others in time. It's been done once, twice, so many times. It can be done again. Every pack leader has that challenge, let alone leader of the nation.
Very true. Well, hopefully whatever happens, it's good for everyone. At
Not
least the
sure
ones
it can
who,
get... Oh, go ahead.
at least the ones who would see its benefit for all.
Not sure it can get much worse. In truth, every choice will create an opportunity. It's the standing still as we've been doing for so long that is the true failure.
Not a fun place to be.
No, it's not, but if we all abandon it, if we all walk away, then what was it all for? What good was actually done? I can't imagine a world where all of these separate entities save it. We have to come together as one or we will fail. We can see it every single day.
I agree. One of my friends really loved the movie Planet of the Apes. Have you seen it?
We're not talking about Mark Wahlberg or anything like that, are we?
The ones after, the newer ones.
No, I only saw the originals.
There's a point in it where the lead says apes together strong. So try to live by that.
Guru together strong.
There's a whole stick thing with it, but I won't get into all of that. You
Maybe
should
we
watch
should
it.
make a lupus-born king. As I said, it's all so much simpler with them.
Not a terrible idea. Maybe a bit of oversight, or
I am pretty sure Winter's Breath would run at the notion.
I think most of them would. They're smarter than us.
That they are. Which is why we must get back to preserving them before we lose all of them.
Nope. It's just a philosophy of how to do it that'll benefit everyone.
Well, we can philosophize all day, but someone has to just do it.
I agree. I think I have figured that out in my time here.
She then kind of wipes her hands on her frock, I guess, as she smooths it out. Well, I am so glad we had this opportunity, and thank you for all of your assistance in the preparations.
Oh, feel free to call on me if you ever need anything, decorating, whatever it is. I am all over the place, and to have something to keep my hands busy would be fantastic.
Do you want to be queen? She says with like a grin and a like jovial manner.
She smiles again. Smile still not reaching her eyes. Could I roll one insight at the end of this conversation just to make sure that they were honest through the whole thing?
Sure.
They seemed pretty genuine, but I just want to make sure.
Sure.
And I can add my detect lies, right, to this? Okay. We still at 2, coming off the Elias conversation. Oh, 3, okay.
You and Jester both were pretty fired up at the end of that.
I'm gonna spend a willpower. That is 7 with a crit.
You know what the great thing about storytellers is?
They fib.
They embellish. But what did they embellish? You don't know because you hit the difficulty.
Okay.
You have suspicion to believe there was a lot of performance in that.
Right.
But you can't
Okay.
say for certain whether it was genuine or not.
Okay. So she smiles again and not reaching her eyes, and as she walks away, she goes from the upright, presentable Aspen that she tries to be, and her shoulders just fall.
How is Aspen feeling after all this?
Well, there's one thing she was right about in that whole conversation. And she did make a lot of points regardless of her embellishments. Somebody's got to just do it. And we've been here for 3 weeks and nothing has changed. So, how long do we stand around hoping somebody will see the light or do something reckless and hope that they see it that way?
Heavy is the head that wears the crown. Heavier still is the head that decides who wears the next crown. Problem is, that head belongs to everyone, whether they're here or not. This is where our story, our very, very long story, comes to a close this evening, but not without 2 final scenes. Our first scene is in Vermont. You can hear the pounding of metal on metal as we grow near the forge. As we watch, we see Stoneward hammering away at the forge. White hot metal being shaped. Clank, clank, clank. But as we pull back, we see the fruits of his labor in the 7 silver-tipped spears that are sat beside the workbench. Great hunt indeed. And then we transition over to Tampa. Here we find the skate park where boards are going back and forth, providing the rhythmic thrum. We see Braxton and Suni still sitting at the table. Suni is picking delicately at her meat hurricane, which has been disassembled for the most part as she refuses to try and shove it in her mouth. Yeah, that's for you, Preston. Braxton looks at Suni. Why are you being so coy? could have just told them. Would have made all of this a hell of a lot easier. We could move on. But we can't move on, Braxton. You know we can't. Why? Because sometimes you have to watch things die for them to be reborn. This is where our story comes to a close. Thank you so much to these amazing players. Thank you to anybody who's still watching this, or if you're watching this on replay, thank you for doing so. Go follow St. Pete by Night on all of the social media down below. Join our community by following the Discord and sign up for our Ko-fi to help benefit this channel, this program, and this community for as low as $5 a month. You get all the behind-the-scenes featurettes, including the Rosebud Thorns of this exact session that we'll be filming at 4:30 in the morning. So if you don't think we're working for you, we sure as hell are. Tune into Hellhounds on Friday. Tune into Red Tide Rising on Sunday. And then next week, we will be back with The Great Hunt in Vermont, as well as some possible interesting events in Tampa. You never really truly can expect anything with this story. For these amazing players, I'm Kent. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you next time.